So what do they want to do? Let's do it.
Looks like they ain't doing nothing.
Damn, make their minds up. Tech stocks did good today. Pretty good day. Don't know why.
What did?
Oracle and tech stocks.
Is there like a earnings meeting or anything coming up?
I don't even know why. I just looked at it real quick. Trying to figure out what was going on. I TP'd on my long and my short. Hit them both. And now I could either hit the sideline or look for another short here. But you still short? Seems like they got the shorts on the run. Let me see the heat map. Yep, they're up there. Look at the heat map on the 1 week and the 2 week. They're super greedy from 69 all the way up to I think 72. Let me see. From 69K to 70K, they're pretty greedy. I think we're going to go up and get them. Should I log into their liquidations for a scalp?
I'm long. It's a late long, but my stop loss is in profit. Worst case scenario, it doesn't go up and I use anything.
Going for a super scalpy long right now. I see they're about to get squeezed. They're right on top of us between 69 and 71. I think we're going to go straight through them. And then that's going to be the end of it.
I was seeing that too. I'm not 100% confident though, because we are at the top of the channel and we could make another run down first, but
I'm real confident because I think that the market maker is going to get them. They're like literally right there, and they're they're not playing right. They're asking for it. They're going to get burnt.
yeah. Hope so. I would like to.
Well, they put in 20 bucks on the line at 400x. So if I lose my 20 bucks, I'm cool with it.
I did that yesterday, but then I wasn't as cool with it as I thought I would be after I had
Yeah,
to make
cool.
a couple hits,
Nah,
because it was still bullish.
if I lose the 20, I'm done. I don't care because I already won on the long. I won on the short, and I made like 300, and some of them was 400, so I can risk the 20.
Yeah, I hear you. My problem is that I'll get back in if it's looks like it's still
I
gonna go
won't.
the way I want to go,
I don't
and
give
then
a.
I end up losing more.
Me personally, I don't give a damn. It can go out. I'll sit on the sideline. I don't care.
I got stopped out of my ETH long.
Let's go. Go get them. Go ahead. Keep shorting. Help us out, Burke and Baker. We're ready to go. Let's go pump it. I'm a breakout trader. That's only because I've been a successful short and long trader. That makes me a universal trader. Go ahead, market maker. You can do it. They're ready. Don't be scared. Your money awaits you up to 70K. I even put my sell order in 69,900. Market maker. Shame on you. Get up there. They're extremely over leveraged. What's the deal? Looks like we got some short liquidations to grab.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, family? Day 1.5 of our 3-day up. My bad, I had to get my fridge and my stove out of the house. I got a new fridge and a stove coming in tomorrow. So I had Salvation Army come pick up the old stove and the old fridge.
Hey, Dbloc, real quick before you get started, I was a little out of the loop whenever you changed over to your new, beautiful, I may add, system here. Is there anywhere that I can go to look up exactly what it's about? I heard you talking about it with some guys last night, but so late
You're
end up
talking
falling
about the
asleep.
indicators?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll put
On
out
your
a
site?
full write up as soon as they're done. Right now, they're still being sort of stress tested. So I'm still
Okay, so
taking
the
out some
indicator,
kinks, and they're gonna change from what they are now to what they end up as.
okay. How about the
So
ones on the screen, the waves thing?
yeah, this one's just the same as the 15 and the it's the same strategy that we always trade with the 5 and the 13 and the
Okay, I just heard you talking
50.
about the sand and the waves and the
Yeah.
surfer and
So
everything like
it's
that.
just like a way to visualize it, right? So like we know that our go signal is the 13 crossing the 15. I mean the 13
Right.
crossing the 50. All it does is it gives you a visual of that happening, right? When the waves
Oh,
are
it's
blue,
yeah, it's yeah,
right? And then you see the
it's
top of the
really
wave.
cool. Yeah.
So the top of the
Well,
wave, when
once
you
you
turn it off,
explained it last night, yeah, I mean, I immediately saw it once you
yeah,
explained it. I just didn't have the background for it. Okay, thanks. I'll wait for the other update. Appreciate you.
yeah, definitely. I'm trying to boil them all down to where there'll only be like 3 of them. So I don't know what the final form is gonna take yet. And then the tape is just regular. It's just more sensitive than the other tape was. And then the trend tracking at the bottom is basically like self-explanatory, right? You can change the times to whatever you want. I've got it on low, like under the minute time frame, just to see when pivots are starting to sort of pick up a little bit. And then this is just showing you trend, volume, money in, money out. This is basically your like money flow section. And then your BTC DOM and BTC price, right? If they're going up or down, right? The relationship to each other, what it means for alts, what the Dixie's doing, what Tether is doing. And then this is like an overall, this, like I said, don't pay too much attention to this because it's going to be fixed. But this at the bottom is supposed to be an overall analysis of all of this. Yeah, Scoob. Yeah, definitely. Once I figure out what the final size of everything's going to be, then I'll set it up to where we don't have to worry about that. This is like a construction site right now. This is where our monthly candle closes. Sorry, this is where our 50 EMA is on the monthly. This is where we need to stay above within the next 2 hours. 2 hours? 1 hour, 55 minutes. Go up to 80 for what? I mean, why? What did I say that made you think that? Guys, the fact that you can think about anything above 70 until we get above 70, right? And then don't forget about that wall at 74. And then the new wall that we put in at 76. We got to take this level by level. Just because it's 3-day up doesn't mean it's 3 God candles up. Right? We could have a 3-day up that's 1 day up like we had yesterday, 1 day down, 1 day up. Right? We could also have a 3-day up that's 1 day up, 1 day down, 1 day up that comes underneath that top day. So it doesn't necessarily mean that that all the bullishness has been erased from above us. I think you're right. I think oil will jump. I also think they'll knock it back down. Remember, I told y'all oil can't live above $100 for long. If you're gonna get moves above $100 that sustain themselves, they've got to be like parabolic. You can't come up into 100 and then stagnate, or you're gonna get knocked down every time. Silver, on the other hand, we finally got the neckline of that. Why is this so big? Pause. We avoided the bear flag, which is good. We're up to our neckline. Type 3 traders are considering a move into this now. It's that commodities will turn in, guys. Really, really sketchy time. Very sketchy. It's a wedge. Little wedge. No, this is going to be the point where either we pop or we reject. I haven't been paying attention to the news at all, CZ. The 3-day up is just based off of the fact that market makers freed the trap shorts. The volatility within those 3-day ups, yeah, we can attribute that to news or whatever. Show me the chart and I'll tell you the news. Right? That old saying. Don't worry, guys. We're going to claim victory in this war and hightail it out of there sooner than you think. That's not going to solve the oil. That's not going to solve the oil issue. But it might take care of some of the volatility on our side. Honestly, what I think it is, the difference between what's going on with legacy and crypto is that if you think about it, we've been getting beat up on crypto for a while now, right? Legacy is just at the point where they still have hope that if it turns around, they can put in another high, right? Like if you look at this on the daily, right, Oracle's already taken a big beating, right? And for me, this has been the canary in the coal mine the whole time. Right. This, in my opinion, is how people on legacy should feel about what's going on. But this is how they really feel. Right. Yes, rounded up, held support. Yeah, we had some fluctuation underneath because of the war, and then now we're getting good news because of the war. So maybe we can get an all-time high. Right. Like that's the sort of sentiment on legacy. We don't feel that shit in Bitcoin, right? We're not thinking that one good war news and we're back at all-time highs. I think we're a little bit more jaded. We're a little bit further along on our dump, right? So all that hope that they feel over here, we sort of don't have that anymore. And we've been getting attacked by damn World War III news for the every single time before this that Trump or the administration went to war. We had some sort of World War III scare. It happened on Fridays, and it was solved by Sunday. As soon as market closed on Friday, boom, we're at war. Iran's got nukes. We might drop a nuke on them. Oh my God, we're going over there to bomb them with the world's biggest bomb. Blah 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 blah. By Sunday afternoon, war is done. Right? So crypto took the hit, but the stock market never did. Stock market was closed. As soon as stock market opened, there's peace, and then they get the benefit of the good news without getting the bad. So that happened like 2 or 3 times. So now I just don't think people in crypto are too sensitive to this type of shit, bro. Anybody that's willing to act emotionally off news already did. Right? They probably already been scared out. The rest of us are just like, cool story. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. It's just assumptions, though, right? I can't speak for everybody. But it makes sense to me that everybody that's able to be scared out has been scared out. Right? Anybody that's able to be manipulated into buying tops has already bought the tops and been wrecked. So just a bunch of old salty old traders left in here, bro. Jaded old dogs. I mean, I'll ask you, when's the last news story you heard that made you sell something? Like, when's the last news story you heard that made you run to the screen and sell your Bitcoin or sell your crypto right away? And we're just, as a whole, it seems like we're taking a wait and see approach. Yeah, way back, right? Way back. And it was crypto specific news, Or maybe even before that. Like, tons of people sold their shit in the first Iran thing. Our first World War III scare, right? But like I said, those people are gone. Those people are gone and left. I know the other day, when was it? Here. Somewhere where we had that vector gap up above. We had our false move down. And then Trump made some announcement about the war or something that popped us up to get the vector. And the next day, the whole news was about, Trump pump, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, it's everybody here, we were expecting this move. The speed of it can be affected by news, right? Maybe this would have taken 2 days instead of 15 minutes. But the direction, right, was exactly what we were expecting. So it's not like news doesn't matter. It just, you have to separate news that's actually a catalyst, that's a price catalyst, and news that's more just like an emotional catalyst. Yeah, I mean, if there's gonna be an attempt, if there's bearish whales out there, right, and there's gonna be an attempt to make this chart look bad, it'll be made within the next 2 hours. The one thing bulls have going for them, I think, is that most of the whale action has been bullish. So I don't know how big the bear whale team is, but this would be the perfect opportunity. Like, this is the only time they have to do it. If we put on our sessions, right, we're in the dead gap. Remember I told you guys, whales play in the dead gap zone. If there's a plan, right, if there's a plan in place, it'll usually get executed between the sessions. Yeah, Scotty, especially now. Especially after this bull run. I think we have way tougher skin. Well, let's go to the micro and watch it play out. All our market maker targets are to the bottom. Right? But the market maker targets end before the monthly candle. Right? Closing the monthly candle underneath the 50 is not a market maker target. The 50 that the monthly is on is a market maker target. Does that make sense? Like if we go to the weekly, and just go naked chart. And it's right at that support. That 800 EMA on the 3-day, right, would be the only market maker target underneath us. And you have to go all the way to the 3-day for that. And then on the hourly, you've got your expansion possibility, right? If this is going to pop, it's going to pop to the 800. It's the same thing we were watching yesterday when we were watching the motivation switch from the 5 to the 15. Right? We're basically at the 800 on the 30-minute, and we've already reached our full extension on the 15. It's just like we were talking about yesterday. Where's the motivation? Was this move up to go to the 15 on the 15-minute, or was the motivation to go to the 15 on the 30? Right? To figure that out, we watch the reaction on the 15. If price holds and there's market maker push, then chances are the 30 is the target. If there's no push and this was just market maker letting retail recover those vectors and we break the 800, then chances are we're coming for our lower targets. And then that's when that 50 EMA becomes viable. I mean, if we start coming down for our targets here. But it has to be quick. There's enough gas to do it. We don't know if the motivation is there, but we won't know that until we break the 50. The trick is to listen to the news and to feel the feels that they want you to feel, right? When you read the news, but not act on them. Because that way you know what everybody else that you're trading against is feeling, right? It's good to know when the ops are nervous. Speaking of cars, man, I'm in the process of buying my mother a car. I have no idea. Like a toss-up. I'm the worst when it comes to that type of shit. I don't know about y'all, but like I'll do research for the next 2 months before I land on something. Now I want to get her something irrational. I want to get her something that she would never get herself. Lucky for me, she doesn't have very like she really loves those minis. But I don't know about putting my mom in that little ass car. Get my mom a Lambo, that'll be a wrap. Are you kidding me? You wreck that shit in a day. But that's kind of my point. Like, mine's a little clumsy. I don't know if I want to drive it around in this little ass Matchbox. But she really loves them things. I was looking at Jeeps too. I was looking at SUVs. No, I was probably just gonna buy it. I'm not trying to add another bill.
Hey D, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Nah, whatever. I'm in the school and all the stuff you're talking about, with, 500 year,
Mm-hmm.
whatever plan or whatever situation. I watched, not to whatever talk about another channel, but simply Bitcoin Originals.
Mm-hmm.
He has a breakdown of all these countries that are in horrendous situations where one's talking about selling its national gold reserve,
Mm-hmm.
the whole thing with the fertilizer and food shortages and,
It's
how
bad.
everyone's, printing and printing. It really good, really informative, and like really goes hand in hand with what you're talking about on, whatever, with the course.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah, again, it's like peanut butter and jelly. They go together, man. If you get a chance, whatever, check it out.
No, it's good.
It's
A lot of
it's
people
not the
see it,
normal
you know.
podcast. I think it's the originals or whatever. That one guy Rustin, there's always send it, whatever. But yeah, man. Thanks to you, it's all coming together and making sense. But yeah, it's crazy with all the countries that they break down. Really
Yeah.
good information.
And when you think about all that, all those commodities that those countries are gonna have to give up to stay afloat are really just gonna centralize in the larger countries. You know what I mean? Like that all ends up in our vaults, China's vaults, Russia's vaults.
Yeah, a lot of them are like Russia, all these countries. They're putting restrictions on how much you can take out.
Yeah.
Like Russia has like you can't take more than $100,000 out of the country or 100 grams of gold. Um, China, all that. They're all pushing this crazy policy, and they also go on to talk about your IRAs and all the retirement things where it's literally legal for Wall Street to take your money more or less. Where if they go insolvent, somehow you can get caught holding the bag and they're not responsible for, covering
1000%.
whatever.
It's just like the
Yeah.
exchanges, it's not just Wall Street. When you go sign
Oh,
up
yeah,
for
yeah.
an exchange and you sign that
Disclaimer.
the disclaimer in the beginning, they tell you that right away, like if we go insolvent, our debtors get paid first. And if there's any money left after our debtors get paid, then you'll get paid. But chances are the reason they're insolvent is because there isn't enough money to pay everybody. That's the whole reason that you're insolvent, which means by the time you pay off your creditors, that's it. Wrap. Which is why I
Yeah.
say don't leave your money at these stores. These are stores. The store can go bankrupt. You can show up to the store and the doors can be closed. They could be boarded up.
Yep. I gotta take that advice. I'm too comfortable leaving my money on Coinbase.
I mean, if it's in an open trade, it's different, right? But don't let
Nah,
the little bit of
it's sitting
inconvenience
there.
of having to move stuff back and forth, don't let that be what stops you, you know?
Mm-hmm. The other day I overheard have whatever podcast or something, and they were talking about the GameStop and how they bought Bitcoin, but they're doing something with options, and they were making a connection as to it's almost like they're they're making
Rehypothecating.
paper Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Do you again? I didn't understand it enough to like really grasp it. Do you can you put it in any terms that would make sense?
Yeah, it's like you're holding Bitcoin in your treasury, and instead of getting rid of your Bitcoin, then you're selling bonds, right? Or you're selling fractions, right? A paper that represents a fraction of the Bitcoin that you're holding. But the problem is that there's always more paper than Bitcoin. And the second that there's more paper than Bitcoin, then that's rehypothecation, right? They're creating fake Bitcoin or paper Bitcoin where there is no Bitcoin backing. It's what banks do with our money. And it's the same thing that banks do with your deposits. You deposit 100 grand. Well, back in the day, you deposited 100 grand and that gave them the right to loan the next person 90 grand. Right? And then the interest from that 90 grand that person has to pay is paper money that's made up out of just nowhere. Right? That's how money is created, through debt. Now it's different. After the first Trump administration, they rehypothecate 100% of your deposits. So now every dollar of that $100,000 that you deposit in the bank is lent out to somebody else. And that debt that's created, that interest that's created from that loan, is what debases the currency, right? Because it's just paper. It doesn't exist. It's just fairy dust, like we say. So the problem is, if we get to the point where we allow them to start doing that with Bitcoin, then we will get to the point where Bitcoin, on paper anyway, is being debased. But the difference is that Bitcoin is finite. Right? It's not scarce. It's finite. Like, I keep hearing people talking about how scarce Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's not scarce. Right? Scarce means that something's hard to find, but you could possibly one day dig a hole and find some. It's just difficult, and it's not everywhere. Bitcoin is finite. There will be no more, right? Which means that paper will eventually have to collapse. With metals is the closest thing we have, right? With oil, it's a little different. Oil can get out of control with paper, and they can pump a new well, and then they can bring supply up to paper, and now everything's okay. Right? It happens all the time. With metals, it's different, right? You can't just spin up a new copper mine or a new silver mine, right? When the amount of paper gets to 4x, 5x the amount of physical, which is what we're looking at silver right now. The amount of paper shorts, the amount of shorts on silver that are supposed to be backed by an ounce of silver, right, is 4x the amount of silver in existence. It's all funny money. That's why we trade physical when we can. The problem is that we have limitations on trading physical when it comes to transportation and storage. Right? I can hold a couple 100 ounces of silver. I can hold a couple 100 ounces of gold. Right? I can't hold 17 tons of nickel. Right? I can't hold 100,000 barrels of crude oil. Right? I don't have a tanker. I don't have anywhere to store it. So there's some things that you need to trade paper, or you need to have the money to physically send your ass a tanker, fill a tanker, store a tanker, which happens, right? There's commodities traders that play on that level. And there's commodities traders that have 3 warehouses full of 17,000 tons of nickel, But if you're not there, then you either stick to commodities that you can take physical delivery on, or you trade paper options, right? Just for the volatility for those commodities that you can't control. You don't hold paper oil for the long term. You buy paper oil options on a long after a big dip, and then you get, you're in and out. A lot of people are just trading paper BTC. I hate to break it to you, but if you're not, if you are not holding your own Bitcoin, right? If you don't have custody of your own Bitcoin in a cold wallet or hot wallet, then you're trading paper BTC, right? You're trading the trust of your exchange that the day you do decide to get that BTC, that they're going to give it to you. Which is cool for a 5-minute, 10-minute trade. You know what I mean? That's cool. But for a long-term hold, you don't want to do that. Yeah, Ray Dalio's the GOAT. He's not right about everything, right? He's a little pessimistic, understandably so, right? If you got all of this shit in your head, it's kind of hard not to be a pessimist. But I think one of the things that he doesn't touch on as much as he should is the decentralized nature of finance that we're ushering in right now. And one of the real interesting concepts that I've been tossing around is the idea of the world reserve currency not necessarily having to be a country. And could we ever get to the point where countries agree that, look, we can't keep doing this, right? We can't keep running this lap. Countries are going to debase, then there's going to be wars, and then there's going to be new currencies, and then that country is going to debase its currency, and then there's going to be new wars, and then there's going to be new currencies, right? Eventually, somebody's got to put an end to the cycle. All the world reserve currency is the countries of the world deciding that they're putting their faith in trade in this one system. Usually, it happens because the country is so strong that nobody wants to, fight them, so they just go with it. But if Bitcoin adoption was to get to the point where these countries understand what it is, right? If you can get people to understand the problems that this solves, then maybe one day we could get in a situation where even if it's not Bitcoin, although I don't understand why it would be anything but, countries would just decide to, and it's not getting rid of your fiat, right? Like you still have they will still have their fiat, but instead of being based on gold like it used to be, right, backed by gold, instead of being backed by bullets like it is now, right, backed by the strength of the military, it'll be backed by a finite commodity. But unfortunately, in my opinion, shit has to get a lot worse before it gets better for that to happen. Because what country, how do you convince the top countries? For the smaller countries, it's easy, right? Yeah, we don't want to be under the thumb of the US, and we don't want to be under the thumb of the Chinese for another 20, 40 years or another 500-year cycle. But for the bigger countries, right, that actually have the opportunity to be that world reserve currency, I don't really see them giving up that power voluntarily, if you get what I'm saying. Why would you? They'd rather fight for it, right? They'd rather have a world war and to the winner go the spoils. So you can keep playing the game, or you can remove yourself from the system. You can't remove yourself from the country. Well, you could remove yourself from the country too, I guess. But you can't remove yourself from the laws that control the country that you're living in. But you can remove yourself from the financial system that robs you of your time. Right? That's a decision that you can make that is within your power. I've been unbanked for so long, bro. I can't even tell you how good it feels. The bank for me is just another store. If I need something from them, I go there. And then as far as the government goes, like, yeah, all the social shit, you know, you're always going to have that. But as far as like financially and freedoms and all that, like, nobody from the government has ever showed up and told me to stop talking. I go outside, I run my mouth, nobody ever says shit. I pay my taxes once a year, they leave me alone for another 365 days. Right? Any of the foolishness that happens where they make this more expensive, they make that more expensive, there's a certain dollar amount you can get to where all of that shit sort of happens underneath you. Right? I don't mean to sound like that, but what I mean is like it's insulating yourself from the volatility of 4 years, of 4-year political cycles. Right? Can you and your family stomach a president coming in that ruins shit for 4 years? Whatever you consider ruining is, right? Whatever it is. But can you handle that, right? Can you take that hit? Once you get to the point that you can take that hit, it's like, all right, you're just waiting them out. It's how rich people feel, right? Rich people look at presidents like a temporary employee. Like you're a temp hire. You know? Then they just wait it out. Wait it out to the next guy. I've never had him show up to help. I mean, but that's just me. Still one of the best countries in the world, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean we're not allowed to notice when, you know, when we're playing scary games. Yeah. Any futures contracts that you trade are paper. That's what we were talking about with the bots the other day in the Clanker podcast, deliverables. And for 2 years, I've been telling you that, like, whenever I talk to anybody that has a ridiculous amount of money, the only thing they want to talk about are deliverables. You talk to them about any investment, the first question is, can I get deliverables? Can I receive deliverables? Can I trade this paper for physical on command? If the answer is no, they don't want anything to do with it. And that's what happened with silver. Remember, I told you guys before this silver thing happened, I told you the squeeze was coming and I told you how it would happen. Right? Silver would start to pop, everybody would run to paper. Right? As everybody's running to paper, the East is hoarding metal. Right? When China announced that they were shutting down the amount of silver that came out, when all these countries started shutting down their silver deposits, then people started to try to take deliverables on their paper. When everybody started taking deliverables on their paper, they stopped the deliverables on their paper. India literally told people, hey, you bought from the US, you bought from the Indian Mint, but we're not going to be able to deliver the silver you bought. Right? The second that deliverables start to fail, then the value of paper goes down. Right? Why would you pay the same amount per ounce per paper if you can't get the deliverables, right? So the price of paper crashes, which is what we saw on the silver chart. Right? At this point, when everybody was standing in front of their, you remember the news, everybody was outside of their silver guy that was lined around the block to buy silver. Right? People started shutting off the deliverables, could no longer deliver silver to people. The price of paper plummeted. Right? But what happens to the price of physical? If the price of paper is plummeting because people can't get their hands on physical, then what happens to the price of physical silver, right? Physical silver doesn't fall with the paper, which is why I've been saying this whole time that somebody's lying. Right? Silver is not at $75 an ounce. Paper silver is at $75 an ounce. If you're sitting on ounces of physical silver, you can sell that for whatever people are willing to pay for it, which right now is a lot because nobody wants paper. Right? So that's how you get those squeezes. And I said very specifically, when paper and physical depegs, you can get up to a 40 to 50% difference between paper and gold price. I mean, paper and physical prices. Right, and that's basically what we saw. We saw a 47% drop in the price of silver overnight. There was no silver mines open. There was no huge silver deposit found. There was no, you get what I'm saying? There's no reason, no technical reason for that drop. Right, the price, the physical price of silver did not change overnight. But COMEX readjusted the price of paper. And that caused people to sell their physical. And now all of a sudden, ta-da, people that needed physical to be able to get out of their margin calls were able to get physical. Because this created the panic that they needed for people who don't know any better to run and sell their physical bars of gold for $70. This drop right here saved Morgan Stanley from getting margin called. Right, they were on the hook for 400 tons of silver on paper shorts that they didn't have the paper for. If this would have popped up to 130, 140, they would have been margin called. Instead, what happened? Price drops down to 70. Their shorts print. They exit their shorts at the bottom. Right, it's just good old-fashioned manipulation. And it's not just silver, right? Same shit on oil. Price gets over 119. There was tons of people shorting oil into 100 because price doesn't go over 100. Now it's at 119. Right? That means you've got massive margin calls on the next open of the bell. And then what happens? They drop price 35%. Those people in those paper shorts got to close their trades without having to buy the oil to cover. And then it starts again. It's like every once in a while on certain assets, there's a pressure relief valve that gets turned on, right? Where they just hit that valve and they let that pressure off. Because what happens if they don't, is too expensive for people that pay them specifically to make sure shit doesn't get too expensive. Yeah, that was crazy. You were actually being paid to hold oil at a time when oil went under zero. That was an insane time. But same deal, right? Same business. COMEX manipulation that got out of control, created a cascade. Insiders get paid on manipulation, right? You never know when they're gonna pull that. You can try to get in front of it, right? You can try to set up like you're over 100, you start setting up for shorts, whatever. You're over 100 on silver, you start sort of treating every top as if it's the top, right? But insiders are the ones that make big money on the drop. We get to make big money on the correction, right? That's how you have to frame it in your mind. Don't worry about, oh, damn, if I would have taken that short, screw all that. It happened. You missed it. That's an insider trade. The correction from that trade is where the money's at, right? You know that this isn't a true move. You know that the market needs to rebalance this move, right? So counter trading those manipulations instead of trying to predict when it happens, you know what I mean, is the best sort of move in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. We try to avoid the whole insider thing because it's illegal, but apparently we're the only ones doing that because you want to see the biggest win for insiders that's coming up the pipe right now that nobody's talking about? Poly market is opening futures. Everything. So now insiders don't have to front anymore and just trade off probable outcomes. Yeah. They can literally go in and just trade. And until they get really locked down by the CFTC, which is going to have to happen, then that's basically a way to get around SEC insider trading laws. So the trades that would have been illegal for you to take on Legacy will now be legal for you to take on Polymarket. Somewhere I can see CoffeeZilla's had just smoke coming out of his ears. He's gonna have a busy year. My favorite CoffeeZilla episode was the one with the Trump token. Bro, he was just like, I give up, y'all. Crime is legal. Watch yourself out there. Be careful. I don't know what to tell y'all. He was so defeated, bro. It does get to the point where you start to ask yourself, am I the only person playing by these rules anymore? You know what I mean? Like, but everything comes to light and shit usually hits the fan, you know? So I try to stay on the right side of things. We got 178 concurrent viewers and only 48 likes, y'all. If we could hit that like button, it's just as good as financially supporting the channel. Help YouTube get the stream out there. Nah, I already know. Some of y'all been grinding out since the last one. You just forget when we restart the stream. I forget to like that shit sometimes too. I can't tell you how many times Aeon's been like, don't forget to like, and I'm like, oh shit, that's right. Thoughts on BTC right now is that we're ranging, guys. Right, this is where we live. This is our new home until somebody makes a play. But as far as our weekly grind goes, we are on a 3-day up, right? So until Wednesday night, we can't expect higher prices, in my opinion. My target for this move would be this vector candle, right? That would be the height. Reject off of 70. But we have to, let's extend our bearish channel here. Right, we've got to be aware that we're still in bearish structure. But just to cover the swing, we had our midweek reversal, trap shorts, trap longs. Then we freed the trap longs. I'm sorry. Trap long, trap shorts, trap longs, and we freed the trap shorts, right? Signaling our false move down. Then we had 1.5 days of our 3-day up, right? Holding this is going to be big. The reason holding this is going to be big, in my opinion, is because there's too much liquidity down here. If whales can push price underneath this support, market maker is going to lose control of the swing because we're going to free the trap, or we're going to take out the false move. Right? We shouldn't take this false move out until Thursday if market maker is still in control. Right? The 3-day up means that Wednesday night when we close, we'll be above this point, even if we're here. Right? That's what I want you to understand about 3-day up. It doesn't mean that all 3 days are going to be up. Right? It just means that the 3 days following the false move are going to be in the opposite direction of the false move. Right? So a 3-day up could literally be 1 day up like that and 2 days down that stop there. Right? That would still be considered a 3-day up. Or a 3-day up could be 3 God candles. Right? It doesn't give us distance. It doesn't give us target. It just gives us direction. Right? We have to use the rest of our tools to find out how big the pump or how small the pump is actually going to be. Which is what we were talking about yesterday. Like, be prepared for the possibility of literally just ranging. As long as we're stuck here, you're in a range. Right? What do I say? When we're in a range, resistance is resistance until it's no longer resistance. Right? You have to assume that this is going to be resistance because we're in a range. Right? Support is support until it's no longer support. Right? Which means that until you get a breakout, a retest, and a continuation, you're shorting tops or selling tops, and you're longing bottoms or ending shorts at bottoms. That's only like risk adjusted way to play this. Be careful with alts, guys. When you decide to trade an alt, are you checking it against its BTC pair? Honestly, don't give me the right answer. Give me the true answer. All right. We should probably cover that. So, if you're going to be trading alts, at a time where dominance is looking how it's doing, right? Your alt has to be outperforming Bitcoin. Right? If your alt's not outperforming Bitcoin, the risk that you're taking is that when Bitcoin decides to take a drop, your alt's going to do 2 to 3x the drop that Bitcoin did. Right? It has to be showing a relative strength against Bitcoin. And for that, you need to check it against its Bitcoin pair. Right? So if you're going to be trading ETH, then you need to go to ETH BTC. Right? Is ETH BTC strong right now against Bitcoin? Yeah. Yeah, it's breaking out against Bitcoin. It has a bull flag or a falling wedge. Right? Falling wedge that it broke out of, retested and broke. It also broke a level and held a level on its SR flip. Right? And it's got a decent uptrend going. Right? So until that changes, at least on the hourly, right, ETH is performing better than BTC is. So you can excuse a ETH position. Now, if you're scalping, then you need to be on the time frame that you're scalping on. Meaning, if you're scalping this on the 15-minute, then this looks to me like your ETH position should have been TP'd. Right? If you're playing the rotation game, it's all about where does it sit in ETH or BTC. Right? At this breakout, you sell your BTC for ETH, ETH pops. When it tops, you sell your ETH back to BTC, and you've now made more BTC. Right? That's the game. But you have to check what the prices are doing. Right? Like if you go SUI Bitcoin. Right? A little different. Strong on the hour. Right? It's been a good idea to be holding SUI over Bitcoin since what, October, if you could deal with the volatility. Right? But nothing of this screams overperformance. Or Litecoin Bitcoin. Right? You're losing Bitcoin sitting in Litecoin right now. That's the way to look at it. Am I gaining Bitcoin by sitting in this trade, or am I losing Bitcoin by sitting in this trade? XRP Bitcoin. Am I gaining more Satoshis by sitting in XRP right now, or am I bleeding out Satoshis? BNB Bitcoin. Right? So it's catching these ranges. Right? Catching these moves up. This is the proper way, in my opinion, to trade alts. Even if you're doing it on higher time frames. Right? If you're doing it on higher time frames, then the last time to sell BTC for BNB was in June. Right? If you traded your BTC for BNB in June, then it outperformed all the way until October. And then that's when you were supposed to sell your BNB back to BTC, right? So that you can gain those Satoshis that you gained here. It's not about the value of BTC. Screw the value of BTC. It's about how many Satoshis. You removed 100,000 Satoshis from your Bitcoin bag to buy this BNB. When you took profit up here, you brought back 200,000 satoshis to your Binance bag, or to your Bitcoin bag, or 150,000, whatever. That 50,000 satoshis, that 100,000 satoshis that you gained on that flip is why you trade alts. Right? If it's not overperforming, then you're just, you know, give me a Taran coin. I'm sorry to any Atom holders out here, but right, look at Atom. There's literally only been 2 times in the past 3 years that it was worth holding Atom over BTC. Right? And the times that it was worth it, it was a quick trade. Like in and out. You said Siren? Let's see. Do we have a BTC pair? We probably don't. There it is. Perfect example. Was Siren a good trade? Yeah, hell yeah. Siren was an amazing trade. February. Trading your BTC for Siren and riding this shit up. Should you be holding it now? Not so much. Would you have made a shit ton of Bitcoin? Yeah. Yeah, you'd have made a shit ton of Bitcoin. A ridiculous amount of Bitcoin. This is the one that usually gets people, and it makes make sense for people. Go 1 divided by ETH BTC. One divided by ETH Bitcoin. This is how I think they should show these charts. So this is the weekly. Let me turn on the 4-year cycle. And let me drop Bitcoin on the chart for you real quick. And this counts for anything. Where's my 4-year cycle? There. And then let's drop Bitcoin on here. And let's make that white. So let's say you hate Bitcoin, love Ethereum. You could do this with any coin, right? Let's say you hate Bitcoin, love ETH. ETH comes all the way down to 750 bucks, right, during the last run. That means, let's say you had 15K, right? Let's say you had enough money to buy 1 Bitcoin. You could have bought 11 Ethereum at the bottoms, right? So just remember that's 11, or 1 Bitcoin, right? If you sold it perfect, absolutely perfect, then you would have made, you know, you would have sold 11 Bitcoin for whatever, 11 ETH for whatever ETH topped out at, right? But you'd still have 11 ETH at the top here. Great buys, absolute buys. You absolutely killed the bottom wick. But you still have 11 ETH when you get to the top. If you buy 1 Bitcoin for 15K, right? And you sell Bitcoin at the halving, We don't even have to run it to the end. How you're really supposed to do it is run it until your profits start. But let's say you sell Bitcoin at the halving, right? At that point, you would have had 26 Ethereum instead of 11. And all you had to do was buy Bitcoin at the bottoms, sell Bitcoin at the halving for as much Ethereum as you could buy at that point, right? Because Bitcoin outperformed Ethereum. Right? Bitcoin went up in value more, which means that ETH got cheaper. So for the same dollar amount that you were able to buy down here, you were able to more than double your Ethereum count. Right now, if you really played it like a monster and you sold it at the top for Ethereum, then you turned that 11 Ethereum into 55 Ethereum. And where was this? Let's put our Ethereum chart on. And let's get rid of Bitcoin. Look at what ETH was doing at that time. This is when ETH went down to 14. So literally all you had to do was buy Bitcoin, hold it until ETH bottomed, right? You're seeing ETH go down the whole time. Everybody knew 13, 14. Either you had given up on ETH or you knew that was the bottom, right? And then sell your Bitcoin for Ethereum. And at this point, you would have had 56 Bitcoin. You would have rolled 56 Ethereum from 14 to 4K. And then you would have sold that. And at this point, you would have been able to buy probably like 5 or 6 Bitcoin instead of just one from the bottom. Right? That's how you compound. That's how you can turn 1 Bitcoin into 6 Bitcoin. Right? That's how you can turn 11 Ethereum into 56 Ethereum. With no extra money, not an extra dollar put in. You weren't just feeding it constantly out of your bag. Right? You were smartly playing the rotations. This is where the real money is. This is why I say that even to this day, the majority of people that trade alts that have been here for a while only trade alts for more Bitcoin. Right? The only reason to get in is if you have the opportunity to bubble that Bitcoin bag. If you're going to lose Satoshis, who cares if you made $100,000? Who cares if you made $100,000 in the alt if you lost Satoshis? It's just about not leaving money on the table. It's difficult to understand. It's not like it's not an individual. There's nothing wrong with you, right? Like we're not meant to think exponentially. Right? Humans, just the way we think is very linear. But with this compounding, like that, you really have like exponential, like it starts to get out of control. You know, we're talking about turning 1 Bitcoin into 6, right? That's amazing. But it starts to get out of control when you start talking about turning, 12 into 30. And then you start to realize why people TP so fat. Like, why wouldn't these whales just ride it up to the tippity top? Because they don't have to. Right? All they're looking for is to 3 or 4x the massive bag they already have. And you can do it. You can do it with any amount. But it has to be an amount that you're willing to juggle and you're willing to let sit and you're willing to not let anybody spook you out of and you're willing to not to get greedy with. Which is why I say having separate bags is important. Having that surfer bag and having that scalper bag, right? Or having that surfer bag and having that sniper bag, right? Go out, get your snipes, get your scalps, get that daily money. That's one of the best things to do during a bull market. You've got your bag that's printing, And then now you've got a scalp bag to make money off volatility so you can buy the Lambo you want or buy the vacation you want, but you don't touch the big bag for that. Right? You don't dip into the future bag to get the, you know, depreciating asset. That you do with wages. And none of this is financial advice, man. There's a million ways to skin a cat. But coming from somebody who started 6 figures in the hole, it wasn't a get rich quick for me thing. It was a make money and don't lose it ever kind of thing. Right? Like I'm never going back. And because of that, I've developed certain rules that are more focused on keeping me in the game. Right? And also more focused on being a force multiplier to the money I already have in the game, instead of constantly just feeding the machine and feeding the machine and feeding the machine. Right? People seem to think when they buy these currencies that when they buy these coins that their money's gone. It's like, you know, your money's right there. That's purchasing power. Right? I get it. You're down 5K on the position. Cool. But that's still purchasing power that's sitting there that can be used to buy something. Right? It's not like a static asset that's just, you know, oh, I bought this, now I'm stuck with it. If I only had 10K to trade right now, I would be trying to defend that as much as I possibly could until we got to the bottom. Right? The point is that you need to make that money last, one, and you need to turn it into something that can get you more than 10K worth of goods. Right? That 10K is cash is literally just 10K cash. Tomorrow it's literally less. Day after that it's literally less. But that 10K in an alt that's not going to go anywhere, that's going to round trip 3 times while Bitcoin's still going up. Right? Get it out of your mind that you need a whole Bitcoin. That's not what this is about. What it's about is finding a vehicle that's going to turn whatever money you have, whatever percentage it is, into something more. Right? Which is what we just saw. Forget about having the 15K. Like, let's say you didn't have 15K. Right? Let's say you only had 10 and you couldn't afford a whole Bitcoin. Right? And then you just didn't buy the Bitcoin because you couldn't afford the whole thing. Super chat. Jacker, I appreciate you, brother. W super chat. Right? This whole move that we were talking about that turned that 1 into 6 is the same move that could turn a 1/6 of a Bitcoin into 1 Bitcoin. The same thing. Right? Don't think that these plays are out of your hands because you don't have a certain amount of money. One of my homeboys' biggest regret, bro. He had like 13K for this run and didn't buy Bitcoin because he couldn't buy a whole Bitcoin. He was waited all of 20, 17, 18, 15, and he's just licking his chops to get that whole Bitcoin. And it stopped at 15.5 and turned, and he didn't buy it. You know? It makes sense at the time. You're like, well, I'm going to just forget it. I'll just play alts, and they're going to do better than Bitcoin anyways, so I'll just make it up through that. And then he round tripped his alts 3 times, just like everybody else did. You know, and now he's sitting right underneath that 13. He still has the same amount of money, right? Managed to not be underwater, but you wasted 4 years. Right? You could be sitting on 2 Bitcoin right now. At least. And another thing is the stress level. Somebody that bought one Bitcoin at 15 and did absolutely nothing. And we've got the skills to do more than nothing. We're going to go into scalping. We're going to go into scalp surfing, right? Like how to surf, but still scalp like the daily and the weekly time frames so that you don't have to get to the top of the bull market with the same coin count that you had at the bottom, but you can still sort of do it safely, right? I lost my train of thought, but yeah, just don't let the fact that you can't buy a complete coin keep you from wanting to play this game. No, I'd be concentrated right now on only taking beautiful trades and trying to turn that 10K into a little bit more without risking losing any of it. Your biggest risk is losing any of it. Right? You need every single one of those dollars. So you need to treat it that way. Just wait for good setups, guys. We talk about it all the time. We talk about setups all the time. We talk about when setups are perfect and when they're not, and when they're just, you know what I mean? When you're not playing with a lot of money, you need to make sure that the setups that you're taking are pristine, right? And that your stops are like ironclad. If this was to pop, that same move that you're worried about missing, like let's say it pops to 70, right? Or let's say it goes crazy, pops to 74 or some stupid shit. Like, what are we talking about? %? Right? So you're gonna risk missing a 50% dip for an 8% gain. Because you know as well as I do that there is people that will buy this top and get stuck if this was to happen. Right? 1000%. Which means that when price finally does make the drop that we're looking for and Bitcoin is cheap, they won't have the money to take advantage of it. And what they're going to miss out on is way more than the 8%. So it's risk versus reward. Try to think of it too that every dollar that you lose right now, excuse me, is $10 at the top of the next bull market. Right, so you might be playing around. You might, I lost $100. I lost $40. I lost, whatever, and it's slowly adding up and adding up. Right, but every dollar that you lose right now is a potential $10 at the top of the next bull market. It's just those rotations, Scotty. I predominantly denominate my wealth in Bitcoin. Right? When I sit and think, how much money do I have? I think of it in Bitcoin. I don't think of it in dollars. Right? But dollars are a trade too. Going into stables, going into fiat, that's a trade. Right? What you're saying is that, yes, I understand that this dollar is debasing over time, but the asset that I'm currently holding is going down faster than the dollar is. So I'm making a trade for dollars. Right? But you can't forget that's a trade. Right? Meaning when that asset starts to outperform the dollar, then there needs to be an adjustment back into that, back into that asset. But I don't hate money. Money's great. Like, money's great to spend. You go out and you spend a bunch of money, you don't think about it. right? I can go out and spend 10K in fiat and go on with my day with no problem. If I go out right now and I spend $10,000 worth of Bitcoin on something, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. I'm literally going to be in bed thinking, damn, like what's that going to be in 10 years? You don't feel that with fiat, right? You spend the fiat and you're like, what's that going to be in 10 years? Probably 50%. So yeah, it's a good thing I spent it, right? Because it's going to shit. But, you know, I always go back to my condo. Buying that condo was one of the proudest moments at the time, right? I was hitting on every cylinder, bro. Nobody could tell me shit until you realize I spent 200 Bitcoin on a condo. But that only works when you're looking at it in 2026, right? Because at the time, Bitcoin wasn't, you know, it was the same. Like it's the same, $200 and $200,000 in $200,000 in Bitcoin is the same as $200,000 in fiat, right? Not quite. Now, Cash App is telling you that you can use your Bitcoin to buy all types of things on Cash App, and it's like, thanks? Question mark? You know? It's Bitcoin accumulation, guys. When anybody, this is one of the things I want you to understand, because it was the first time I talked about this was with Elon. When Elon was taking Bitcoin for cars, right? When Tesla was accepting Bitcoin, people looked at it like Elon believes so much in Bitcoin that, you know, he's trying to help us. Da, 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 da. No, it's Bitcoin accumulation, right? Elon was buying Bitcoin at the price of what it costs to put a car together. Right? Your $60,000 car that you spent $60,000 worth of Bitcoin, he put together for 20K. So what does that mean? It means he was buying Bitcoin for $20,000 per customer, $25,000, whatever the value of, you know, whatever the production cost of the car is. Right? It's Bitcoin accumulation. Like me, I'm an artist, right? Let's say you're a crafter, you build something. If I make a painting and I sell it for Bitcoin, I just bought that Bitcoin for the price of the canvas and the paint. The person that bought it from me should not have bought that painting with Bitcoin. They should have given me cash. Right? And that's how you can accumulate Bitcoin, through service. Right? If anybody here has a business and you're not accepting Bitcoin, think about that for a second. Think about what the cost is, what the acquisition cost is of the product that you're selling. And then think that you're buying Bitcoin from your customers at that price. My bad, y'all. I didn't mean to go full Michael Saylor on you. That's another thing. Yeah, if your company's willing to pay you in Bitcoin, that's also something you should be looking at. And you don't need that, because if you direct deposit to Cash App, that can automatically be converted to Bitcoin on receipt. So even if your company does not pay you in Bitcoin, you can decide to be paid in Bitcoin. Which, in my opinion, during a bull market is a no-brainer. No brainer. You're at the beginning of the bull market. You're about to work for the next 3 years. You have the opportunity to get paid in Bitcoin, something that will be going up for the next 3 years. Yeah. Yeah, bear flag is still in play. This is the bottom of that bear flag, guys, on the daily and the 4 hour. Let me make it yellow. That's our flag. Right? This is the volatility that we've had with bulls and bears both trying to break and keep from breaking the flag. We're just zoomed way in. You know what I mean? Nah, you don't, Matt. That's what I was saying. Like right now, cash is king. Right? There are times when trading into fiat or trading into stables is the better play. During the bear market is one of those. You see how I'm playing it, right? I'm short MicroStrategy, I'm short Legacy, and I'm only trading Bitcoin up on relief rallies, right? Just making more Bitcoin on the way down. You know, I bought the dip with 1 Bitcoin, I turned it into 1.3 Bitcoin or whatever, it goes back in the bag. Some people do, right? Some people do hold Bitcoin during the bear. I don't. I sell everything. Right? I basically sell everything during the bear market, and then I trade interday, interweek. But some people do. I think the cutoff line for some, at least the people that I've talked to that do it, what they tell me is, I can't spend, like, I have enough money to get me through the bear market, right? I can't spend the amount of money I would get by compounding in the time that it takes. So it's just not worth it, right? They'll sell a bit of their chunk, like they'll sell a bit of their Bitcoin to loosen up some capital, but they really just long hold it. You know, they long hold it, and it's usually also people who have money to buy the dip with, right? They don't need the profits from the last bull market to buy the next bear market. They just add, right? They just add to the stack. They just keep adding to the stack. Because of what I showed you, I can't bring myself to do that. I can't give up on this compound. It's too powerful. Like, this to me is one of the most powerful things in crypto. And holding your shit through the bear market, you're basically giving up on the ability to compound. Cool, you can turn new money into more money, right? You can always do that. But you can't keep the old money bubbling. Right? And for me, I want to keep that old money bubbling for as long as possible. The sweet spot to get to, I think, for most people who are still working and trading is where your trading account gets to the size where you feel like your future is secured, and then the money that comes in from your wages, you just get to spend on life doing what you want to do. You know what I mean? That money that comes in from the paycheck just gets spent on all the shit you have, you know, because you have that sort of security that you've got a well diversified portfolio. Well, for me, what I did is I went into silver early. Right when we got to this point of the market where we were selling off alts, right? This first, let me get rid of this and let me go to, so I sold my alts when we got into our expansion zone, right? My indicator, when it says profits start, that means that any alts that you've taken, any alts that you've run up, right? Any Bitcoin beta plays that you've run up, it's time to bring that back home to Bitcoin, right? Then Bitcoin comes down and Bitcoin makes its last push, you know, and then that's when you TP and you. But if we look at, so look at Bitcoin. Right, this is where we were on Bitcoin. We were about to come back, get that recovery to the 50. So I sold my alts at this time to buy the dip on Bitcoin and to rotate into silver. Right, we were looking at that silver rotation. I had been in gold already for 2.5 years at that point. So I took profit on gold. I took profit on alts. I split it between Bitcoin and silver, and then I opened my MicroStrategy shorts. Now look at what alts did. If you go to others, look at what alts did from that point. Collectively, right? Lower high. Perfect exit on alts. So the money stays rotating, right? I took a hit on emerging markets, right? This was one of my plays. It wasn't just my play, right? There was big money, Van Eck, BlackRock. There was huge money coming into emerging markets for the bear market, right? The plan was while legacy went down, then the world's money would concentrate in smaller markets that were AI related, tech related, whatever. The problem is that World War III is probably the worst case scenario for emerging markets, right? Because when the big dogs are fighting, all the money gets sucked into those countries, right? Look at Japan, for instance. We made a deal with Japan that we were going to buy their yen and we were going to let them sell our bonds. And then we went to war. So all that money we were going to use to buy is being blown up with Patriots on $50,000 rocket, on $50,000 drones right now. $1 million Patriots to take out $50,000 drones. So Japan gets screwed, right? India, South Korea, all the smaller markets. So this didn't work out, right? This was one of my ideas that failed. But silver has been printing. Silver did its thing. I'm in physical, right? So even with the manipulation on silver, my value is still safe in my physical. ES has also been doing its thing, right? So these are the trades that keep me from having to trade leverage on chain, because I don't trust these bitches. Yeah, it's dangerous, Korik. Alts don't necessarily bottom out when Bitcoin does. Some alts find their bottom after Bitcoin bottoms. But it's all about capital rotation, you know. There's always going to be something that's pumping because money doesn't sit still. Right? So our job as traders is to not get stuck in one industry. I love crypto as much as everybody else. But I was the first one to hop ship and go to metals right when we were supposed to have an alt season. Right where the entire world was screaming alt season soon, top 10 alts to buy before alt season. I sold all my shit and went straight to metal. Right, and we were looking at the rotations, and I was warning you about the rotations on ETH, that we weren't seeing those rotations. We weren't seeing that capital rotate to ETH. Right, what usually happens is the capital rotates to ETH. Give me a second. I'll show you better than I could tell you. Infographics, where are you? Oh, here we go. right? So just like regular outside of our industry rotations, right? Capital rotates within crypto. Phase one is the bottom of the bear market, right? Money flows move into Bitcoin, causing price surges. Bitcoin is king at that point. You will always be able to find one or two alts that's outperforming. Cool. We're not talking about that alt. We're talking about alts together as a monolith, right? Which means if you want to go outside of this rotation, you have better be a sniper when it comes to picking alts, and you better be doing what I said about looking at the pairs, because that's how you're going to find the alts that are outperforming. But then the phase overlap, right? Money flows into Ethereum, but it struggles to keep up with Bitcoin. Ethereum goes back and forth with Bitcoin and starts to outperform it. That's as far as we got in this cycle. That's as far as the money rotated. The problem is that we had memes, and memes broke the cycle up, right? Usually the way it works is people buy Bitcoin when they feel rich on Bitcoin, then they buy ETH with their Bitcoin profits. When ETH goes up and they start to feel rich because they're holding ETH, then they take profits and they go to Sol, Sui, AVAX, BNB, your top 10s, top 20s. When those start to do good and all these people start to feel rich because they made great buys, then they go and they start trading everything else. Alts, low cap shit, blah, blah, blah. When they make tons of money off their alts and their low cap shit, like I said, people only trade alts for Bitcoin. The money comes back to Bitcoin. That's how the cycle usually works. Right here, everybody was buying alts. Everybody was buying these alts specifically without letting price rotate the way it's supposed to. And what happened at the beginning of this year, the reason that we didn't get a lot of rotations, in my opinion, was because of memes. And the way that memes ran is like they ran parallel to Bitcoin, right? So it's almost like you have to draw a new chart, and here you put memes. And here you put memes. Right, and here, all the way down. And what happened with these rotations is instead of doing the path it's supposed to do, it went Bitcoin meme back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin meme, lower market cap meme, lower market cap meme, back to Bitcoin, back to memes, back through the markets, back to memes, back to Bitcoin. This is what we did. Right? When regular money realized that there was no rotation, that price wasn't rotating, they made their own. But towards the end of this market, memes fell apart. Right? We all know when the meme craze stopped. And at that point we were stuck here. Right? The furthest we got was when ETH went from 1400 to 4K. This is the closest we got. Bitcoin goes back and forth with Bitcoin and starts to outperform it. But we never got here. Did anybody hear any talk of the flippening this year? Of Bitcoin, of Ethereum flipping Bitcoin? Right? That happens when ETH starts taking off. We never got there. Money is starting to trickle into large caps where we see large buy-ups happening. No, not in any sustained way. Right? Ethereum has been outperforming Bitcoin and large caps are going parabolic. Nope. Regardless of market cap, some altcoins with strong fundamentals are having pumps. Yeah, right. Right? And then alt season, the fabled alt season, large caps have gone fully vertical. We're seeing blow off tops. Nope. Mid caps, low caps, micro caps all tend to pump around the same time. Nope. Large caps have been outperforming Bitcoin and Ethereum. Hell no. Seems every coin is going parabolic regardless of fundamentals. Nope. But this part, Memes are everywhere and everyone is super excited and you feel mania in the air, right? That's what was happening on those rotations into memes. It's almost like they skipped the whole thing, went right to the end. And the reason that there wasn't money to rotate is because we were in quantitative tightening, like I keep telling y'all. There was no excess money to roll over to flow. There was no wealth effect. Damn, it's dinner time already. I've been yapping, bro. It'll return. That rotation will return, in my opinion. Right? It really, I would say 90% of it has to do with how intense that quantitative tightening was. Nobody ever got to the point where they felt like there was just extra money floating around, because there wasn't. Yeah, they didn't pull it, right? Remember I said if they wanted to pull this, they would do it in between sessions. But I feel like there aren't a lot of bearish whales in the waters right now. And we can kind of see that here, right? This is the perfect time for them to flush if they wanted to. But we're not seeing any aggressive sellers. So Asia comes in at 8:30. I should be back by eating by then. That's the next time that market makers will actually be on session. Right now we're on algos. And we're on the weakest algos, which are intercession algos. Good, good. That means that I'm doing an okay job of at least making something that's extremely boring interesting enough to where you don't lose focus on it. That's the whole point of the bear market, bro. Bear markets suck. But if we can keep it entertaining enough to where you don't lose focus, then you're going to get the entries that everybody else is going to be calling you lucky for. I'm long right now, but very small position. I always tell you guys where I'm at. But what's more important than the position I'm in is why I took the position, and that's what I'm trying to show you. Yeah, that too. Right now, like I said, guys, the only way to look at it is we're range bound. Right? Resistance is resistance until we see a pop. We're also in a bearish channel on smaller time frames. So a pop out of this to the top side, we have to watch the top of this channel, right? Because it needs to break both. It can't just break the top. Right, so we need to get out of this range and we need to break above the top of that. Our 800 EMA is running right above here. As far as our monthly candle goes, I think we're pretty safe here. me get back to that chart. Yeah, 12 minutes, no real risk of closing underneath the monthly, right? So the bulls can breathe a little sigh of relief for now, temporarily. All right, I'll leave the zone here so you guys can see it and turn it down a bit. Right, so like I said, resistance is resistance until it's not. Right? If this rejects, we're coming back down to the bottom of the range. If we can't break the bottom of that range, then we're going back up to the top. If we break, then we're looking at squeezing through licks. Right? That's when our measured move comes into play. Nah, our monthly candles in 10 minutes, 32 seconds. Fractal's still solid. We haven't invalidated any of that. When I come back, we'll do a full overview of both fractals. But they're both still on point. We haven't invalidated either one of them. All right, y'all. I'm going to go feed the brain, and then we'll be back. I've got my chart up, though, in the other room, so if anything crazy happens, we'll look. Only real two things to expect is a liquidity sweep to the top side to grab that vector, or a move back down to the bottom of the range. We're starting to build up licks above here. So watch these guys. It could be the bears themselves that caused this to pump here. Getting some aggression across the board. All right, see you in a bit.
What's it gonna do? One more tap off this channel, test out that 800 again? What's it gonna do?
That's the deal.
What's the dealie, man? What's it doing?
I don't know what happened. I had to get off for a minute, and I had a long, but I had a stop loss on my entry. I came back and it was stopped out, but it was a breakout trade though. I had already took profit on my original long, and I had then already took a profit on a short before that, so I did pretty good. What's going on, Joe? Did you TP?
I'm not at a Bitcoin trade. I didn't take TP.
Oh, okay.
Remember,
Yeah, I
I'm
had.
waiting for 38 to 42.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still trading though while I wait. But
I know. What'd you do? That's what I was thinking about you all day. What'd you get into? What'd you get out of? What'd you do?
well, I closed the short at the, wherever that was at the bottom. I forgot, and then I closed the long up here, and I thought it was gonna break out and go, try to short squeeze 69 and 70K shorts because I saw them on the heat map. But so I put that. I got into profit on that breakout trade, and I had some stuff to do, and I came back and I see that it's been stopped out and didn't do it.
Also, remember, I see what you're saying. We do have that vector gap up to that 70,400 area, 70,500. So I see what you're saying. I think there's quite a bit of liquidity sitting there too in shorts.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna go get them. I don't remember when that was earlier today in the afternoon.
It almost could do it if it's going to do it. I think it might attempt it here.
I think it was the last time I was at the top of the range. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, I see. It came all the way back down to the bottom. Be right back.
Hello. 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 Anybody cooking with butter over here or what? No, nobody's cooking with butter?
Can of butter for sure.
You goofball, Helix. How you doing, bud?
All good, man. And yourself?
Doing all right, thanks. Doing all right. Just trying to hold it together.
Oh yeah, these ranges are killing me.
Dude, Fear and Greed is at 8. I might have to just put all of my money into Bitcoin.
Man, earlier today I saw a little you know how TradingView has those news pop-ups? There's like 20 indicators on Bitcoin go bullish. It's gonna take it to 150 or something like that. I was like, what?
Very odd how we're not at a lower price with um how bearish the sentiment is.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're holding this 68, 69 range. I thought we would have popped up and then kind of dumped a bit more to that 65 range.
I'm still looking for another trip back to 60, but then I'm like, hey, is it really gonna go that much lower than 60? Because everyone else in my other group is like, oh, yeah, it's gonna go to 45, and then it's gonna go to 30, and then it's gonna go to 28. I'm like, dude, how the hell? I'm like, what the hell makes you guys think it's even gonna go that low? I'm like, last time everyone was standing around waiting for lower prices that never came. I'm like, it was at 15K. Like that wasn't low enough. Like the same time, this time the same thing's gonna happen. Because people are going to be like, oh no, it's not the bottom yet. It's not the bottom, and people won't buy. And then, sure as shit, some sort of bearish or bullish catalyst is going to happen. And then everyone's going to FOMO and be like, oh, wait, we should have bought back then. We're going to have to buy now. And then,
It's only going
abracadabra,
down
the start of the
50%
new
though.
bull market.
It's only going down 50%. So that's what everybody was doing it like right as it dipped below 40. They're like, oh, you know what I mean? But it still went from 40 down to 17. So I don't know, 15, but
Well, I do, although logically I do think we should go lower. Like there has to be a reason. Like I don't think it's gonna go lower, but on its own, I think it needs like a help. Bitcoin
well,
needs help going down. Last time we had all this FUD that was happening. This time it's not really
Uh,
like yeah we have the war, but we had a bunch of crypto specific FUD last time helping it go down.
yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna take some exchange that falls or some big to make Bitcoin drop that low. I don't know. People like you were saying, people are saying like in the 20s. I'm like, dude, how is that even? I don't understand why people are saying the 20s.
I mean
38 to
it is
42.
possible. It would just be very odd.
I mean, yeah, anything is possible in crypto, but really, like, I don't know. Yeah, time will tell.
Yeah, it's really never done like a, oh, hey, I'm gonna go through a whole bull market and then come back and do a double bottom from the last bear market. Like, it's never done that.
Yeah, but also like, I mean, I haven't been in the space that long, but we didn't get the euphoria top this time. That was interesting.
Yeah, it was really weird. But that's the thing. See, it was like there was no indicators flashing at the top that usually do that are like, hey, Bitcoin's stopping out. There's like, obviously, there's no one like there ringing a bell saying, hey, Bitcoin is topping right now. But there's a lot of indicators that usually you can look out for. Then once you see them all hit, it's like, okay, well, the bull cycle's probably over. This is like max euphoria. But then, like, a lot of those didn't even hit this cycle. And it's like, what the hell?
So you're sitting there watching, and you're like, well, at that time, I was like, I can't believe Bitcoin's not like higher and outperforming, like performing better than it is at the moment. And well, all of crypto really, the altcoins didn't do shit. But yeah, it wasn't very euphoric. I expected more out of that top, and now that the top has kind of happened and been confirmed, now that we're kind of closer to, I feel like we're kind of closer to the bottom of the bear than the top of the bull. We're really kind of timing wise, we're realistically about halfway through. Like if you take it about a year worth of the bear market, but I don't know. It could be a little shorter, could be a little longer. Who knows? The thing is, like,
You, you know
in
that
terms of price, we might be closer to the bottom than a lot of people are thinking, and they might get like caught off guard because of that.
you do have a good point, and you know how that I mean, Dbloc's been saying that multi-month consolidation. I mean, this kind of feels like we've already been a month in pretty much this range.
Yeah, the
Yeah, but
ranges get like
this isn't
tighter.
the bottom though.
Yeah, the range is getting tighter for sure. You do have a point there.
Well, each range that you drop into gets sort of tighter and tighter until you see basically like the selling climax, which is like max capitulation. And then in terms of like everyone that was going to panic sell, probably panic sells on that last leg down. And then you start to recover. You still go sideways, but you go up and like recover a little bit slower than normal. And then you pretty much like it does like another double bottom type thing in the bottom of most bear markets. It will double tap the bottom, whatever bottom it forms, it will double tap it. Last time we had FTX after the selling climax, because the selling climax really happened around the Terra, after the Terra Luna thing. I think Bitcoin just started dropping like hell.
How
And
long
they
of time was in between the Terra Luna and the FTX crash? Was it like
May
back to back?
Terra happened in May. Terra Luna happened in I think May, and then FTX happened in November. They both happened in no. First one happened in 2021. May, June.
Let's
No,
say in October
they
you
both
can see what
happen.
they're doing.
I think they both happened in 2022, actually. Now that I think, yeah, they both happened in 2022. So May of 2022 was Terra Luna, and November of 2022 was FTX.
And yeah,
That was the wildest shit I ever seen.
man, the more I hear stories about it, the crazier it just gets. Yeah, that's gnarly.
So there was about, I mean, it might have even been April. They weren't really like back to back, but there was 218 days in between. So yeah, that's like close in 9 months or something.
But like,
So
if you're
32
saying
weeks.
if we are here kind of towards the bottom, we still have one big fake out down that will cause the spring up.
Well, there's something bad. There's usually something really bad that's like a crypto specific bearish catalyst that happens that causes a big capitulation and selling climax, which is typically on like kind of your third leg down. You kind of put in like the majority of like that's when like wherever you find a bottom, that's pretty much the bottom for the next couple months, like the next several months. And then you start to work you get into the accumulation zone, and then after you're accumulating for a couple months, you sort of start to step up back up out of the bear market, and start making higher lows, forge your way back into a new bull market. Get back above like the 50 weekly, stuff like that, like or 20 weekly. Some people are like, oh, if it's above the 20 weekly, it's bullish. So I don't know. I mean, it's just cycles. The bear cycle isn't actually that long in hindsight. It feels like it's a long time, but it's really not.
Oh yeah, I've seen you go live a couple times over on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, I like seeing that. You should do it more often.
Yeah, I should. I got hemmed up with something that happened to me last month, but I should start getting back on there. The thing is, I've been thinking about starting to go live in the morning again, except, yeah, there's nothing to talk about. It's the same shit every day with the price action here. So
Yeah, fair. That's fair.
I
But
can
it was
start
good
talking
seeing
about
you out there.
other. Yeah, dude, I'll start doing them again. You're always welcome to stop by too.
I always do.
Whenever I go, well, I mean, you're welcome to stop by to chat if I'm live.
Yeah, I jumped in a little bit there, but my name isn't the same as the Discord name.
Oh, you were on the you're in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I was on the
Daily.
YouTube chat.
Hang on, I sent you a message. I don't know why.
Wait, have you guys heard old Crazy Train on lately?
I don't think I've heard from him. Go.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard from him in a bit. He hasn't answered my messages either.
Hey, choo choo.
Choo choo, speaking of the devil, and he
No
shot Laura.
freaking way. Are you serious?
Yo, Helix, dude, I appreciate. I actually saw where I had like 5 messages. I don't even, or well, I guess 7 in total. And I saw where today you were like, just saying, I hadn't heard from you or whatever. And bro, I really do appreciate that. I've been listening on the YouTube and stuff, but yeah, how y'all been doing? What's up?
All good, man. I
What
literally
up,
just
Tramp?
asking Kwai about you.
No, I know. I heard it on the YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
You
checked the
you
YouTube
moved
whenever you
over to the
messaged.
YouTube now, huh?
Well, I mean, it's just like work has been. I work in transportation and like in pricing transportation, and so basically, I mean, I'm not trying to get into this or whatever. I'm just saying in general. But basically, uh, when COVID happened and then 2021, 2022, all of these immigrants flooded the country and then basically got CDLs. I mean, obviously not all of them. I mean, I'm not stereotyping here. I'm just saying I can promise that this happened because that's how wild it is right now. And so anyway, as those individuals have started to basically exit the country or at least exit uh transportation, what it's done is like in terms of just basic economics, it has reduced the supply of trucks and therefore price has to go up because there's less trucks. So it's known as the load to truck ratio. And so basically it used to be like 3 or 4 loads were out there in any given area per truck. Well, that number is depending on the trailer type, but that number's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 loads per truck. In other words, if you want your freight moved, you're having to pay somebody out the wazoo. I mean, it's gotten to the point rates are literally so high right now. I'm contemplating buying a truck and some trailers and then just basically leasing them out as we need them because but I got to see what's going on. But so that's just in relationship to capacity. Then once the war hit, diesel jumped $1.25, $1.50. That made, and that was like 3 weeks after we saw this massive capacity tightening. And then diesel went through the roof, and dude, I mean, I'm not trying to be whatever, but
No, you good?
there's a lot of people that depend on me to like quote these contracts accurately so they can thrive. And a lot of the reason we're seeing the capacity tightening is specifically due to essentially people that do what I do, uh, but like they kind of like own their company or work for some guy that saw that there was money, so he started a company. Well, those guys that saw the money during COVID are going bankrupt, selling their businesses, getting out, which is causing even more tightening, increasing the tightening of capacity even more. And thank God. I mean, I saw it. I saw it on a Thursday, and it was that following Tuesday. This woman at work was like, "Hey," like she wasn't very happy with me, and in hindsight, rightfully so, because of the last conversation we had, which I was like, I don't know why she's frustrated, but um, anyway, the point is that she was telling me she's like, I've gotten 15 loads from this specific customer, and it comes across a specific way. Uh, I've gotten 15 loads from them in the past 2.5 hours. I've never seen that before. I said, okay, you're frustrated with me. I need you to understand that I saw Thursday night, Friday, what you are seeing right now. And I was just like, that's why I hadn't communicated with you. And she was just like, okay, well, that's crazy. And then it's just continued to ramp up, and all these players are getting knocked out, and dude, work's just been crazy. It's just been a lot of like stress and stuff on my head because it's not like accounting where there's a balance to reconcile to. Like whenever you're talking about transportation rates and year-long, 2-year, 3-year long contract with the largest companies out there, I mean, you know, Lockheed, Boeing, not I mean,
I had a question for you, bud. How long is
anyway,
it until we get into the autonomous vehicles
well,
as
that's
far as trucking goes? not just
So
residential or
the problem is with autonomous vehicles is that people think that like there's like this thought that oh, they're just going to drop themselves, and they will, um in my opinion they will, but it's not going to be the reality is that the autonomous vehicles are going to have to charge, and
right.
especially if they're carrying a heavier load, um they're going to have to charge more often. So what I really think is going to end up happening, and I think what the kind of the industry leaders in terms of looking at this stuff in terms of forecasting and numbers versus just somebody that's been in a truck and trailer for 50 years, is that the autonomous vehicles aren't going to be a reality unless it is shorter hauls, like day runs.
Right.
And
Well, so the
generally,
reason I was asking is because
yeah,
in Arizona they just went through and they painted all the streets with the autonomous vehicle paint, whatever it is. So all of our highways in Arizona now, we have an HOV lane and then we have a different lane. And I believe that's going to be for the autonomous vehicles.
oh yeah. Well, if that's
I'm
the case,
correct?
that's not going to be for trucking.
Okay.
I mean, theoretically, I guess that it could be, but that's definitely not. I mean, if that's happening in Arizona, then maybe there's some discussion from Arizona's level, but everything, I mean, I don't want to be like, there's nobody that would know more, but I'm just saying, like, I deal with this all day. So I'm just saying that
Well, yeah, no,
I have not seen
it
anything
sounds like
like
you have
that.
insight on it. Well, so I was really concerned because I have a couple friends that want to get into the drive.
Into the what? You broke up there. I have a couple of friends that want to get into the drive.
You cut out. But man, I definitely feel you on that. You're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
missing much here
So
either.
What'd you say, boss? You're definitely, because you cut out. You're definitely you're looking into getting some buddies into dry something. Anyway, yeah, no, it's like
Driving trucks, I would guess. I would
oh
presume.
well, I was gonna guess dry van, but that would require a little bit more knowledge. Anyway, good guess
I
there,
mean,
Qui Gon.
you could guess dry well, I suppose, but
I was never
that
good
didn't
at
really have anything to do with the conversation.
I was not a good test taker. In other words, I always guess wrong. Um, but yeah, like our company's
Well,
been
stop
around
doing
for
that. Our whole supply chain is dependent on you and your success.
oh well,
yep.
that's the thing too, is that
Have some confidence in yourself.
oh no,
Deadman, but
I have confidence because I saw it I saw it 2.5, 3 weeks before everybody else, and they didn't see it until it happened. I saw it about a week before it happened, and that was when the majority of these major bids are due on the front
listen,
end. Yeah,
listen, Train.
I'm
Our
listening.
whole damn supply chain is dependent on you succeeding. And there is no other man that is more capable to get the job done. So you
I'm gonna be
get your
honest.
ass in there and you do that job.
Dude, I don't think, dude, man, dude,
It,
dude,
it sounds like he might be stroking you there a little bit. Go in there. Make
dude,
it better.
the company that I'm at is so fortunate that I just happened to end up there and be there during the most volatile and uncertain um
I might
freight
detect some
economy.
ego there.
Do what?
I said I might detect some ego there.
No, it's really not. And I mean I can back it up. And the reason is because capacity tightened due to loosening. The loosening was from immigrants coming into this country because of an unprotected border. I'm not standing on one side of the fence or the other, no pun intended. But the fact is that once they got kicked off the roads, once they got moved out of the country, which is all regulatory, one of the three things that essentially move the economy, just like Bitcoin, just like 1010, whenever the tariffs on China were imposed, government regulation is one of the three things that essentially adjust price. And so the price was adjusted. It was looser than it ever was. It's now tighter than it's ever been. And then whenever you have that, and then about a week and a half, 2.5 weeks into that, you see diesel jump $1.25 nationally and continue to increase. And there's nothing going on with the Strait of Hormuz, or I'm not saying that correctly. Yeah, no, it's not really ego. It's just reality. And I wish that I wasn't like, I wish I had more time to be at the charts, to be honest. So I wouldn't say that it's ego. I would just say that it's reality.
You're not missing that much right now.
Dude, I've actually been killing it. I've been killing it because, well, it might just be because we're in a range.
Because you haven't been over trading.
Yeah, and the key is that I haven't been over trading. Yeah, exactly. But like, I can't remember the last time. Shit, hold on. Let me see. Okay, I had a stop loss hit yesterday. I had a stop loss hit for a $30 loss, and I had one, two. I don't want to count the ones that are pennies. Hold on. Oh, my eyes aren't working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I had one trade for a $30 loss since yesterday, and then the other 6, I'm currently in a long right now. So therefore, I closed 5 Bitcoin positions in profit, and 3 of those were greater than the $30 loss. Anyway.
Yeah, buddy, that's
I mean,
what's up.
I'd rather have that than anything else going for me. If there was anything I would want to be like egotistical about, it would be trading. And there's one thing I've learned, and that's that there is no ego in this. Not in crypto.
Yeah, no, that gets stripped away real quick when it pops
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. You still on that long and that short?
The short, yes. The long, no.
Okay.
Yeah, the long got stopped out. I closed it out
Dang,
when.
dude, you're convinced it's going down?
Yeah, I am. I think we bounce off of 70. 70 to 73, I think it is.
Have you looked
Is
at
probably the next high.
Have you looked at the liquidation heat map?
Yeah,
That's
the
another
weekly is
thing.
around 73.
Oh,
Right?
okay, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. That's the other thing is like I think that I've been more successful because the lack of trading, but I've just been paying attention to the liquidity because it just moves towards it. And that's like y'all were talking about 20,000 or whatever earlier. I mean, nothing's out of the question just because of liquidity. I mean, that's the thing. It's 24/7. There's no circuit breakers. So at some point the book gets off, liquidity's there. Yeah, sure, it could go back. It could go down to 20. It could go down to 10. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, no, That's the thing. It can do whatever it wants.
Yeah, and I honestly wouldn't even believe that. I used to not until 1010 happened, and I just saw nothing was on the books, and that was when I was like, oh, okay. All this false hope I've had that people gave a shit wasn't true at all. Sorry, but I mean that's reality. Is that nobody cared. Man, it hurts.
Cared about what?
Crypto,
Oh yeah, nobody's ever cared about crypto, dude.
especially the altcoins.
Dude, yeah, there was a time for a few months back during the pandemic where people actually did give a crap, but aside from that, nobody's ever really cared about crypto.
Well, that's why like you got to be in here and learn how to trade and everything, because um when people do care, you want to know what you're doing. And then whenever they start not caring, you want to know what you're doing. You want to know those things.
Yeah, but I mean, trading itself has been around for hundreds of years. It's like there's just
Yeah,
always
but
new tricks and stuff.
has
But
there
it's
been
good
a
to.
has there been a market 24/7?
I mean, no, not since crypto,
That's what I'm saying.
or not
I just
until crypto. I mean,
I think that part is what really changes things, because of the the people that got all the money. If the market never closes and all you have to do is wait for that one time, then I don't know. To me, it just makes sense that it makes sense to me that things would be different, I guess. Like, how like we see patterns, like, okay, like a head and shoulder or an inverse head and shoulder. It's like, okay, if it does this, it always plays out. But
I see chaos. I don't see patterns.
do what?
I said I see chaos. I don't see patterns.
It's true. Yeah, I don't
That's
really
an old.
see pat.
That's
I
an
don't
old
see.
quote from Clive.
Oh, really? I don't really see patterns
Yeah.
anymore, to be honest with you either. Shit.
I just see W's and M's now.
Interesting. I don't even know what I see anymore. I just
That's
look
all
for
Sorry,
I
liquid.
see.
I
I
just
didn't mean
look
to
for
throw you
liquidity.
off of your thought there. I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Oh, I don't even know what I
Uh,
was talking about. If you were
yeah,
talking to me.
yeah. You're talking about patterns.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thanks. I need people like you in my life. No, like head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder. It's like once it breaks the neckline, it's like it's going to make that measured move or whatever, and then I mean, quite frankly, there's been some beautiful head and shoulder patterns that I've hammered uh in the past in crypto, and I've just gotten wrecked on that shit. And I'm using head and shoulders because um, it just seems like the best one to use. M's, W's. But obviously now I have my invalidations and everything. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, it was just back then I would trade off patterns, or well, hell, I thought I was.
Hmm.
Who knows? It was probably a damn head and shoulder at the bottom, which instead of an inverse, so therefore it's off a downtrend, so it probably wouldn't have played out anyway. It might have just been that, but yeah, this thing will wreck you real quick. It's crazy not to just be like getting wrecked anymore. Like, there were times where it was like I felt good when I could go 2.5 months without getting liquidated. Now it's like I don't even know when the last time I got liquidated was. I just don't trade like that anymore.
It's a good thing.
No, for
That's a
I
good
was
thing.
sure.
about to say that's really good.
Yeah, but that's because but I was proud of not getting liquidated in 2.5 months. I mean, and that took 4 or 5 years. So I mean, I got 4 or 5 years plus probably 5 or 6 2.5 month periods of getting wiped. That was my tuition. Thank God I found this channel. Now, if only I could quit being a degenerate gambler.
Can't believe today's the last day of March already.
Hey, what's
Tomorrow's
going
the
on,
start of
man?
April. We're already through a quarter of 2026.
Are you sure it's gonna be April 1st though?
April Fools.
Damn.
Well, NASA is supposedly sending a rocket to the moon.
Let's go.
Shit, they ain't doing shit.
Yeah, how funny they schedule it for April 1st.
And call Fool's Day out with it. Alright. It's crazy that we already are a quarter of the way through this year, darn it.
Darn it. All right. Can't believe it. We still show.
Time's flying when
Damn.
you're having fun.
Oh no, I feel like I haven't had that much fun, but I'm still like,
It was a
that was
joke on
still
my
very
part. In all honesty, that was a joke from mine.
Well, anyway, how do you guys like the bear market? Pretty cool, right?
I'm just hoping that this thing
Who is just
makes up its mind and it's not, you know, at 4:37 a.m. on a Wednesday night.
mm,
You know, I'd like to be in front of the computer if it's gonna do that. That's all. Or paying attention to the charts. I'd like to be awake because even a train has to sleep. Oh yeah, choo choo.
let's go.
Well, that's why you gotta have like alarm indicators. If it goes up or down above a certain percent in a small enough time frame, you should have like a dinging indicator wakes you up.
That's true. I'm the worst at indicators. I mean, like alarms and stuff. No, man, I'm just always looking at the charts. Like, honestly, an alarm's not gonna wake me up anyway, because I just like go on so few hours of sleep. So whenever I get my sleep, like it's hard. It's like impossible to wake me up.
Yeah, when you're out,
I'll
he's out.
do what?
When you're out, he's out.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm looking at the charts. At least I got one up. I at least got one up. That's the other thing, man. Just trading Bitcoin and getting out all that other crap, all that other stress. Damn.
Wish I could say the same. So I'm working on though.
I'm gonna back you up on that one. Yeah, once got out all that crap and just stick with Bitcoin, it's so much nicer.
Yeah, like I'll pay attention to the price of other stuff, but um yeah, dude.
Bitcoin is like the reindeer for Santa. All the other one is like the huge bag of all the other stuff. You just get rid of the bag, it's just a blast riding with the reindeer. You know what I mean? It's like, let's go. You need all that extra baggage.
Is Bitcoin Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, or
Let's
more
go.
Rudolph the orange-nosed reindeer? Or Bitcoin Santa Claus and Rudolph is Michael Saylor.
Pulling the gifts the rest of the world around with it.
So this is tricky because we are in a range, but we also did just kind of break down from the bear flag, depending on how you look at it. It might be retesting the bottom of that bear flag. And it's kind of at the middle of the range, so this point here, I guess 68.8 is a pretty important point, and then I think if we get above 69.9, we definitely have a chance to get back up to all the way back up to the top of the range. Around the 75 area. But we first would have to definitely get above 69.9. That really is above where I think it would need to go, but like clear that would give it a little bit of extra space. Give full confirmation. Then I would just try to trade it up to the top of the range, but if it's getting rejected anywhere below that, then I think it's gonna have problems. And I think that this area it is having some trouble with this resistance, but it hasn't really like got a harsh rejection. Where is this line? 68.3. And the line there for some reason 68.3.
I'm being honest here, man. I think we're gonna go and eat that liquidity above us. I mean, I just think that that's what's gonna happen here in a minute. We're in
Let's
our
do it.
we're in our 3-day we're in our 3-day up. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I still see us coming down at least to like that uptrend line, maybe like 67.2 or so. And I wouldn't even be surprised if it went down to like 66.8. And I mean, honestly, no telling what happens if it goes down there. But liquidity above us, everybody, it looks like the market is short right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we go down. Make like a lower local low, just to basically take out stops before we push up. But if not, then I think that I'm happy to get out. But I think that like I don't want to think that we're gonna push up here, but it just seems to me that we're gonna push up here. Of course, we need volume. That's kind of the thing, but I think that we might could get some of that from the liquidity. But I don't know. I see some stuff that looks pretty good right now. That's what I know.
Let's be
Hey, you remember back in the old days, Lil Wayne. Hey, let's be honest.
chat. What's the word? Just had a scramble to get some shit done. I just got a message from the people that I sourced our tags for the merch that I needed to resubmit the tag. And then they finally got back to me right now with the they finally got back to me with the sample. Just been doing a bunch of shit. Doing more than I'm supposed to as always. What's good, Joe?
Hello, Dbloc.
Yep.
How we doing?
I'm waiting to see. He said he sent it, but where the hell is it?
City Center?
No, they said that they sent me. Oh, no. Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. Alright, so it's this tag and this tag. And then the clothing tag. Alright. Don't like that one. That one's cool like that. Did a decent job, man. Looking at the mock-up. I'll show you guys in a second. That's unfortunate. I'll just like this. So that's the front. These are just hang tags. Not really a huge deal, but you know how I am. And in the back of it.
I'm not gonna lie, the different textures in the seas and that's fire, bro. I love that. That detail.
And that's the back of the tag there. Small touch doesn't really mean anything, but this is the type of shit that I spend way too much time thinking about for no reason that most people won't even really notice at the end of the day.
Nah, people notice, bro. It gives it that little hint touch. It's well done, bro. Well done.
Appreciate it, appreciate it. Now I'm working on the insert card that goes with the hoodies. Those are just the hang tags, goes for the hoodies for the Cypher merch that's coming. I'm trying to see if I can get them in time. If I can't get the cloth hang tags in time, then I'm not going to delay the drop just for it, because I know it's just me bugging out. I can put in cardboard inserts or whatever if I have to, but that's what I thought too, right? I thought if the hang tags were canvas or were fabric, then it's just accessory basically. You could just put it on whatever keychain or. I have to send them out the I have to send them the insert too. I'm trying to send that out right now so I can get the sample back as soon as possible. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that they all said bear market or bull market, right? So it's just something else to hold on to. Save that. Let me shoot that over to these dudes. The insert's probably gonna be cardboard, but I want it to be, I need it to be printed, right? Right, so that's gonna be the front of the insert. That's just like, you know, like the piece of cardboard that comes with the merch. And then this is gonna be the back of it. The back of it's gonna tease the upcoming drops. Kind of stole that idea from ERD, but that's cool. It's a brand. They make leather goods, bags, wallets. What's going on, Ant? Need to roll something up, bro. I've been stressing out over this shit for a minute. I'm chill. What are y'all up to? I'm about to have to finish rolling this up. This thing's been teasing a break out of this range all day, bro. Literally.
Yeah, it sure has been shying away from the bottom of it.
Nice. We're still inside this bearish channel. I just want to test the top of the channel. That'll give me a better idea of what's going on.
Dbloc, you think smart money is already starting to accumulate, or
I don't think so. I think they're playing the same money that we are. That's the same game that we are. Quick hits, trying to bubble up the dry powder. We can tell because it's not sitting, right? Like,
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Is like it's in game play, right? It's not
yeah.
like they're just kind of in, but on the sideline chilling. Does it look different when they do accumulate rather than just play with it? Are they going in a bit heavier and such? And as I don't know how I should ask it.
Yeah, it looks different. It looks different. Accumulation for big money takes months and months and months because they have to be able to load up without pushing price, but they have so much money that it takes that's where that multi-month long consolidation at the bottoms comes from.
Are we gonna get this short squeeze or what?
We're at the top of this range now. Damn, man, I'm not gonna be able to get the patches in time for the varsity. I mean, it's fine. The varsity jack is still gonna look good with the DTG, but boy, did I want those patches. Oh, that would have been so hard.
What do you think, Dbloc? We headed up for that vector gap?
We shall see. If we pop this flag, there's nothing but liquidations above, so.
Let's see what the 800 wants to do.
Dbloc, see up there on your USDT.D, see how it says like exiting in the middle column for live signal? And analysis says money in. Does that mean money's coming out of USDT and going into, say, Bitcoin?
Yeah, it means it's going into risk assets.
Yeah, I was kind of confused about that, but that made sense.
I saw a news report from the Strait. I've got to try to find that video. It's probably the best war reporting I've seen the entire time. This dude just went out on a ferry on the Strait with a cameraman and got in between all the tankers and started spinning his camera, talking about they're lying to you about the Strait being closed. Shit was crazy. There was so many tankers out there waiting in line to pass. Everybody's giving up that $2 million, bro. $2 million per tanker in Chinese yuan. See if I can find that. They're paying in yuan. Well, the majority of them. The deal is $2 million to get through, but you have to prove that you didn't buy your oil with the US dollar. I told y'all this is an attack on the US currency as a reserve currency. Right? They're trying to crush the petrodollar. Who is we where? What did I say exactly? I just don't remember. I'll answer your question. I just can't remember the last sentence. When did I say we? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Iran. I love how China's just staying out of it, huh? China's just sitting in the cut, doesn't have anything to say. Like if they're not in it. I didn't even realize I didn't have my cam on. Give me a second, I'll turn it on.
Morning, everyone.
Hmm. Why the wouldn't hit? I'm back, y'all. Give me a second. I gotta finish one thing. It's gonna drive me crazy if I don't get it right. So. Let's have a look.
Can this be alt season?
All right, let me grab my coffee. I'm gonna cut my camera on. Be right back. What's the word, chat? Done. Officially off duty for the night. Too much being responsible all at once. What's going on, y'all? It's not.
Look at the meme coins. What an April Fool's joke.
Look at the what you said?
The meme coins.
What about them? Any one particular?
Fake pump or something.
Is there a name? Or you just every meme coin is moving right now?
And basically everyone. Algo's like 11% up.
Oh shit. Freaking siren, huh? Don't lie. Who's playing the relief rally on siren? I know somebody out there is buying the dip. I mean, if you caught the double bottom, it's a pretty easy trade as far as like, you know where your stop goes, right? Tightest possible stop. Like literally the tightest possible stop. And then your targets are going to be dynamic. What's wrong with this? Keep doing that. Oh. Oh. Why are you all the way down here? Somebody want to let me know why TradingView's tripping so hard right now? Because pretty sure it's not me.
Too much action.
Yeah, but it should still let me see. It should still let me it should still let me set up the measuring tool. Yeah, it's the BTC pair.
Is it something to do with the price on the right hand side, like the x-axis, or y? Or, yeah.
I think it has to do with it being as close to 0 as it can, and it's just switching out. Let me just go to regular siren chart. But to go back to what we were talking about, trading things that are bullish against their pair. Right, you're taking a huge risk that this is a double bottom and that you're catching the very bottom of a bullish move on siren after what was a pretty substantial drop on the BTC pair. BTR. What are you at? Those are 5. Oof, that's a nice setup, man. Just ignore me. Degens that are trading this shit anyways aren't listening to me regardless, but
Don't wake up my inner degen, because I've put him to sleep.
nah, keep him where he's at, bro.
I had to take a second look myself, coach.
Was good. Yeah, for real.
Wow, that would have been such a tight stop, bro. Ugh. It's all good. You can't catch them all. This type of trade, if caught properly, is the type of trade that allows you to go in with a ridiculous amount of size. That's 0.005. Well, not ridiculous. Half the bag. Like a half the bag trade. Yeah, it's too late now. You would be waiting now for some sort of, you know how it is. You're either waiting for a type 3, type 4, or a rejection if we scale out, right? This technically is a type 2 trade. But all of these types really depend on when you come to the screen. All right, type 2, type 3, type 4, and then type 5. All right, if you were playing this from earlier, that's why I said I know some of y'all caught this because you guys are usually watching this thing. Right, if you caught that from earlier, that's what you're looking at. And you're not wrong on the macro, right? But what's important here, in my opinion, is the way the type 2 forms. Because if you're just walking into the screen now, then this is a type 1 entry. And you're looking for a type 2 to build structure to push. So a rejection off of this 200 EMA. And then I move back down somewhere to around there. I haven't even done the measured move. Type 5 shouldn't be all the way up there. Let me take this off a log. What I do like about it, though, is how many of market makers' motivations are above, you know? Like, we're on the 1 minute, but if you go to the 5, right, as long as price manages to break, the 50, then that 200 in daily open should be the, you know, this should be the move. So, one or two things are going to happen, and screw it, I'll play. It's not that late. Either we're going to reject off the 50, put in a higher low and a continuation, and I'll get in. Or we're going to break the 50, not put in a higher low, take these lows out, and then just continue to drop. Sketchy late night business. All right, so let's see. You gonna give me an in market maker? You listening, you out there? If you are, I didn't mean to pose that as a question. What I meant to say is you're going to give me an in market maker.
Dbloc, I have a question. Can you please look on Hedera?
H-Pawn? Yeah.
Yes, please, on the macro, because I'm thinking so. I want close position, and I don't know. I'm not rich yet. TPT.
Let's see. We're on the weekly. Just let me drop this line real quick because where I think we're going. Yeah. It put it on the lower side of that right side. But you're still within the margin of error where you want to see your right side of your W pattern come in. Golden pocket. Still inside of your bullish structure, haven't broken that. Excuse me. This danger is what was avoided by staying above that. That was important that we stayed above that. If we would have come down for these vector candles, it would have gotten ugly. You're short or you're long?
I'm long. I'm long from 83.7.
Okay. Very nice. New trade, or you've been holding this underwater and now you're back above?
No, it's new trade.
Okay. I like it. I mean, you hit support. It's like what we were talking about earlier, right? Like for me, I don't have a lot of fear taking these type of trades. Like when something comes down to support, not only to support, but if it comes down to support and underneath it is just ugly, right? Meaning, you know, if this breaks, you really don't want to play around in this range. Then it's like, I love taking those trades because you get to just swing for it with a tight stop, you know, and get pretty good risk rewards out of it.
I already 3 times take the profit and added to the position.
Nice, brother. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I heard what he said, right? He took profit 3 times and then added to position. Remember we were talking about the other day, you have to remove your risk before you add more risk. Right? If you have a good risk adjusted trade going, you can't just keep slapping on it without removing risk. But by taking profit, you remove some risk off the table and then you give yourself a cushion. Now you can add more risk. Good, man. Sounds like you got it figured out. Good luck. Only thing to worry about for me is, again, the top of this range. Right? This thing has been really bad. Every time we come up to it, we get smacked back down. Hopefully this was just like a swing to grab liquidity. Right? A little fake out and go. The first spot to watch for me would be the 0.5 on that flag, right? The midpoint. At like 92-ish. Let me see what your fibs look like on smaller time frames. Oh yeah, I mean, you've got room to run. You've already taken out the, yeah, this looks nice. You've already taken out the 200 and you've got plenty of gas between you and the 800, which would be the next target. So I can't really imagine anything aside from like a massive H-bar whale, you know, that decides to come in and sell. This seems to be like a pretty easy run up to 9.4. Pay attention, like I said at the top. You got a good amount of gas till then.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And the second question, can I pay still for the class?
What happened, brother? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can I pay the 50 quid for $50? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you want the link? How do you want to?
I got link. I got link. But if can I send you in crypto or something like that?
Yeah, that's fine. Message me. Send me a DM and I'll give you a wallet. That same site, that same WAP site that you guys go to pay for the membership, they have a course section, right? And I was looking into it, and the video is like higher quality than Discord. It has a progress bar, so it like lets you know how far through the course you've gotten. It lets me know how far through the course you've gotten, which is important. And it's got a thing for testing. So I'm gonna try to shift. We're still gonna have the classes in the auditorium, obviously, but the studying that happens after, like going through the classroom and looking at the material, like watching the videos and all of that, we're gonna try to do it on WAP because the setup that they have is slick. People who paid through WAP, you're automatically set. All you do is go to the site and it'll be there. You know, it's self-explanatory. Anybody that paid me directly, we're gonna have to make a list. I'm gonna have to put a room in the Discord and just have people jump in and say if they paid. I can probably look on the members list too. But either way, I'm gonna have to send you guys, since you've already paid, I'm gonna have to send you a free invite at 0 cost to the WAP so that you could use the course part. But it's gonna be worth it. I think it's gonna make the experience feel a lot more streamlined and professional. And I can instantly like add to it. Like I said, I want it to be like a living document that's always changing, like that's always being added to. Let me get you that address. Give me 1 second, brother.
I just sent you the message.
I see it.
Hey, I just want to let you know, buddy. Good investment. Great investment. I'm just saying.
It's always good to get a cosign. It's like when
Yo,
you buy a
somebody
car
goes,
and
man,
somebody's like, "I've had that car for 7 years. Great car." You're not gonna regret
yo,
it.
yo, bro, I hear people all the time. They're like, "Hey, how do I pay? Oh, what do I do?" This guy's like, "Okay, I need this." Yes, you do, my friend. Yes, you do.
You're funny. There, I send it to you, brother. ERC20, okay? USDT ERC20.
USDT. Okay, found.
Perfect.
Yo, coach, I gotta tell on myself. I ain't even gonna front. I can't. I love XLM, you know that, but man, dude, I've been using USDC to transfer money.
Kind of
On
nice
Solana or
sometimes.
do it.
I said it's kind of nice sometimes.
I mean, damn, man, shit.
No, I know.
I'm gonna be honest.
The
I
stables
kind
have
of
gotten a lot cleaner, and it like sort of makes, there's coins that some people only really use them because they're cheap to move and fast. But like the better the stables get, it's like, oh boy, might have some trouble coming in the future. So here's that pullback that we were talking about, right? We got to the 800. Now we need to see if this is going to be a higher low to be able to jump in. So this is the fallen knife that I want to catch. If I can see what I want to see. Put my volume up. Give me a second. And I need my odds up too. I don't know what's going on here, but not much shit. Come on, need to see some volume here. I'm down to join the party, but I'm not coming into a dead party. Y'all better make it look lit for me here. I will keep my ass right on the sideline. All right. We're in type 2 territory, but we need to see this continue. Big volume candle. Done. Let me make sure this goes through. Sorry about that. Yeah, for sure. 100%. But you got to be real with yourself sometimes. Right now, I'm just looking for some action.
Hunting down its prey.
I just spent a lot of time doing like boring shit today, bro. I mean, shit that needed to be done, You know what I mean? But that doesn't feed the soul. Need some price action. And if I gotta find it on the 15th second on Siren, then so be it.
The Dark Knight Rises.
Oh. Let me get rid of this what you call it trade. This is that was just an example if you would have caught the very bottom. Quick last second readjustment. So I want to go 1 ATR underneath the body of this candle that's on top of the yeah, I don't like that. I think I'm just gonna keep it as tight as it is. That put me above or below? Yeah. Give me a second. I'm in my head right now trying to figure something out here. 1.5 takes you to the bottom of the... Then I can't hit it as hard as I want to. Nah, screw it. Screw it. Screw it. We're sniping. 005. It's okay to be scared in a trade sometimes. It makes you feel alive.
Hell yeah.
Alright, give me a second. Let me reset my stop.
Sorry, did you say USDT?
Yeah, USDT
Okay.
on Ethereum. Excuse me. All right, I'm back. Ain't nobody scared of you, market maker. So now inside of our type 2, right, coming down to the small fractal, we're seeing the attempt for a type 2 in our type 2. Make any sense? Right, this is our smaller fractal that we're trying to build out now. But the same way that our type 2 entry on the bigger fractal, we had to wait to see if we can get that drop. That's what we're doing now. Does this drop past higher low territory? Spooky. Spooky. We're on the 15-second, by the way, y'all. Don't forget. You should just be watching it. This isn't a trade that everybody was supposed to jump in on. Scream at me if Bitcoin's doing anything. Like I said, I just wanted to get a set in. Sometimes it's not the coin, because it's just a setup. Right? What this is basically is a selling exhaustion trade. Right? This thing is absolutely smacked city. And these sort of trades you can expect to get stopped out a couple times before you actually catch. Right? But the idea behind this trade, so you can know it's not just a degen sort of move, is this support. That was the macro support for this move up. You pull this back, got all this price action back here. When you pull it back even more, it acted as resistance, right? So this level, resistance, support, 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 that we broke is one hell of a retest trade, if you can catch it, right? You see the volume picked up. Again, this is the type of trade you can get stopped out many times. Guarantee you some of you guys took type 1 entries here and type 2 stopped out your type 1 entry. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that if you're using proper stops. But having a thesis as to why this should go up, even if it's going to continue to drop, which I think it is. I think this is cooked, like super cooked. I don't want anybody to mistake just because I'm trading it that I think this has any sort of like future or anything. As far as this bull market, right? That's Cook City. And I'm not sitting here on some moon boy shit saying, oh, I'm gonna, you know, it'll break out and then we're gone. It's just a seller exhaustion type of trade. You see how I'm not even looking? I'm on the 5-minute. I'm not even on the 15-second to see what's happening with my trade, because it doesn't matter. When you're properly sized, you don't have that anxiety. Where are we? Back in the green, baby. They're saying there's a chance. It could, bro. It could easily sweep. It could easily double bottom before it does its thing. But just structure wise, right? Like if you look at the 15-minute, I mean, and I'm not, I don't care what anybody does. I'm not trying to show it. I'm just trying to explain the logic behind why now, right? Like why I would take it now. First of all, look at all these clusters of cells, right? Massive panic buying at the bottom. And then literally for the first time since maybe here, right? We've caught support. And this obviously didn't play out great. You have to be careful. They're not always winners. But you also did not have the volume that you had here. Look at the volume spike you had here. That would have been enough to catch my interest if I was paying attention to it, right? Compared to this volume. As soon as we come down and hold, all of a sudden now we've got a ton of volume. That would have been pretty interesting. But this, to me, is very interesting. Means a lot of money came in to stop that dip there.
But it looked like a lot of volume though when it didn't have those bigger volume candles to dwarf them.
Hmm.
You know, compared to the volume that it had been having.
Yeah.
The time probably looked like a lot of volume.
Excuse me. So yeah, sometimes like the trade for me has nothing to do with the actual project itself, right? Especially if it's a fast sort of trade. So if this was to play out in the way that I was expecting, just so you could see, like when I talk about risk reward, I'm on 3% stop loss, right? Which just to the W is an 8-1. But if we reject off of that, which I think is very possible, because like I said, we're on really small time frames here. But 50 EMA on the daily, on the 15-minute. Let me do this because this is going to be helpful later. If this, then that. At this point is when I would be all but convinced that they're going to go retest, grab this vector, bounce off of this, and then continue a drop down. Again, I don't think that this means that it's going to go up forever. I just think that we're in the seller exhaustion phase of this.
Like, you know what looks really, really similar to this one that we've been watching for a while? It's Prime. It's like exhausted, but volume was picking up like this down here at the bottom. It's like super similar to what this one looks like.
So I'm going to make sure I'm not toast on this trade first. This is gonna be the fight of the 50s, bro. From the 30-second to the 1 minute to the 3 minute to the 5 minutes. It's gonna be a struggle to get above mean to get above averages. Hey, Biddy. All right, so is this a breakout or just a retest? Excuse me. On smaller time frames, we broke out, retested, and pulled away. All right, so this, as for right now, it's pretty safe to say it's a breakout and not a deviation. Right, that retest is what lets you know they meant it. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, bro. This thing is super sketch. But they're trying to push it. And from what I could see, market maker has only stepped in to pull things up. Meaning he's comfortable leaving long positions on the way down. If this thing was like seriously in danger of being smashed, I think market maker would have cleared out. You know what I mean? Heavy whale presence. But attempts are being made to stop volume here. I mean, that instinct isn't wrong, right? It's just the time of it. Like, this thing has just been hit so heavy, bro. Look at how many people sold just in this range that we're in. Right? And in case they didn't get an opportunity to sell the first time, they got an opportunity to sell the second time. But the clusters here at the bottoms, right? Sometimes seeing those sell orders at your type 1 and type 2s are just as good as seeing high volume, right? And they're usually attached to volume, right? Because that red volume, that's people panicking out. This shit's not for the weak of heart, bro. I'll be honest with you. It's not. There's ways to trade where, yeah, but this type of coin, this shit'll make you prove your conviction. Big market sells. We cracked these tops and I'm moving my stop into profit and just riding the free trade. Not yet. Like he was just saying, this thing has the habit of going ugly and going ugly quick. But yeah, as soon as I move my stop into profit, that's a W on the book. It's hard to play this shit heavy. The slippage is pretty bad. We're still pushing up through liquidations on Biddy. Remember, we're still in our 3-day up, guys. All right, so any price action to the top side is expected. Nah, it's cool. Always want to know when Bitcoin's moving. If you're a surfer in the Cypher, this is, for your day trading, this is as close as you get to day trades, right? The 3-day swing. Nah, but we do need to build some structure here, though. So your measured move, give me a second. Let me clear some of this stuff up. You've just hit your original measured move, which is here. Well, actually here. You're on your 3rd fractal for this W already. Your first fractal is down here. That measured move brought you up to... that measured move was here, right? This is this measured move hitting. And then the retracement from that measured move is the midterm W that had a lows, basically like a double bottom almost. Right? That measured move is about to hit right now. But that's not what we're focusing on, because that's already... right, that measured move is about to hit right now. But what we're focused on is the larger W that's now fractaled out. Right, so that has a measured move that will take us into that vector gap and beyond. But remember that that vector gap is sitting right above 70. And even though we're on a 3-day up, that resistance at 70 is no joke. Resistance is very real.
You don't think FOMO will help break it?
FOMO from who, though? It's just nobody here. We're in the depths of the bear. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I feel you. I know when we were just kind of popping up above 10, you said FOMO lives above it.
yeah, definitely. Definitely. If you can get above,
That's
I
still
mean,
the case.
that's where people would even just start considering, But as far as it being enough to immediately continue a push, now I think we would have to get above 70, and then we would have to maintain it. And not only maintain it, but I think we would have to maintain it for a whole weekly cycle. A lot of people don't understand how market maker works, right? But they follow some of the same rules without understanding why. Meaning, they'll wait 1 week to see if support broke a certain level, But what they're really doing, without knowing, is they're waiting to see if market maker readjusted inventory higher. Right? If this pops up, let's say our 3-day retracement, right? And then we have midweek reversal. and then we pop up, and this end up being trap shorts, and this is trap longs, and then we go into a weekend trap up here above 70. That's not enough though. That's the first thing. I think that would be, we're gonna make that red, and then yellow. This has to happen. We're getting high definition squiggles now. We're stepping it up. It's not just regular squiggles. But then the false move, right? We would have to come down and retest 70 anyways. Forget all of this. When you break this, for anybody to have faith in it, it has to come back, retest, and pull. We know that, right? But if we do it like this, if we pop up, trap above, then weekend trap above, then come down and false move, take out those shorts, but don't break 70, hold support, this 3-day up, I'd be trading into very heavily. That's when I get bullish, right? And then this line would be green. If this, then that. Short of that happening, y'all, nothing's changed for me. Right? It's just a small move up.
Yeah, I feel ya. I just wanted to check my bias.
No, I hear you. I hear you. It's always good to chop it up. So if this and this and this, then that.
To the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have you heard stuff on NASA going to the moon?
Yeah, we're supposed to be going rockets, rockets, rockets. Oh, my bad. I just switched back to Siren. No, we're supposed to be putting next couple days, supposed to be shooting off to the moon or some shit.
Bro, I heard it was for April 1st, from
No.
what I was reading. But, I mean, why put it for April 1st on April Fools? That's funny.
Wait, Bitcoin's going to the moon?
I'm moving my stop to 1 ATR underneath the type 2.
No, I really do. We plan on sending 4 astronauts in Artemis 2.
If we retest, then I'll take the rest of the risk off the table. But I was at a 3.4% risk. I took 3% risk off the table. I'm at a 0.4% risk now. Don't thank me because you degens were not supposed to be following me into that trade. But you're welcome. And congrats to y'all that were already in that trade. Good eye. Nice, good shit.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question on this. In this situation, why wouldn't you just move your stop right under the 200 over here and make it in the green?
Because I haven't seen the support that I need. If we had come down and tapped that 200 and put in support, put in some sort of swing low off the EMAs, then I would have. But for me, the only responsible place to put it is an ATR underneath the highest volume point, which was that stopping volume candle. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. It's the same difference, right? There's nothing. As soon as we get, I mean, I could literally just put it up above, but then it would be above the 50, so I'm not doing that. Right? Until we come down and tap support off of the breakout type 4 traders, I don't get to move my stop above the 50 yet. Which means I can only move it underneath the 50, which means I can only move it underneath a swing low underneath the 50. So when shit like this happens, I don't get smacked up.
Okay, yeah, no, that I see what you're saying.
Because they will
I
take
think
your ass out if you get too greedy. Yeah, thanks a lot,
so. For
guys.
example,
YouTube chat try to dump on my head right there. See why I gotta keep my tight stop? I mean, my stops tight.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think sometimes I move my stop up too quick and
YouTube,
don't give it enough room.
YouTube said, thanks for the trade, Dbloc. Sell. uh,
So for like right here, if this reverses and continues up, that's when you would bring it up.
yeah,
At
yeah,
one ATR under
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
This was our first target, right? We drew out our EMAs. This is rejection off the 50 EMA on the 5 minute. Right? It's expected to come down. That's why you can't run it too tight. Right now, we've got to put, it's time to fractal again. Right, so we can take this fractal, we can take this fib, pull it up, and now we're waiting to get that type 2 on a larger. And then type 4, we're waiting to see if type 4s jump in. There's always trades to take, y'all. Literally. Even if you've got to climb down to the 15-second. And it's, you know, when people come in and they're like, oh, you're on the 1 minute. I get it, bro. Like, I get it because normally people don't know what they're doing on lower time frames, right? They don't have the right amount of risk management or structure knowledge or candle knowledge to be able to even do TA on the 15-second, much less take a trade. Right? So they just think everybody's an idiot like they are. They just assume that because they can't do it, you can't do it.
Shit.
When I first turned my sensitivity up to 20 on Call of Duty, I was spinning in circles, but then I got nice.
Shit.
It's the same sort of deal. I suggest that people start at default control speed? Yeah, 1000%. Do I suggest that you start trying to wrap it up as soon as, you know what I mean? As soon as you start getting nice? Yeah, because that's what's going to give you the edge over the guy next to you. Go ask your favorite TA guy to do live 15-second TA for you. I never got into Counter-Strike, bro. I was like a Call of Duty baby. For the longest time, my Xbox only existed as a Call of Duty machine. Shit, my Xbox and my TV, actually. Counter-Strike got an ill market to it, though. I know that. That's kind of why I stayed away, bro. Can you imagine my mentality in Counter-Strike market?
Did you always use an Xbox controller?
Yeah, I've always been on controller. Bro, I would have been flipping knife stickers and all types of stupid shit, bro. Like, I wouldn't have even been playing the game. I would have lost myself in the market. There's this girl I used to play with online, and she's like, come play Neverwinter with me. Like, Neverwinter, what kind of shit is that? It was like, I don't know if you guys, it's just one of those MMORPGs, right? But they had a market, and there was gold that you got in the game, and then you could buy the gold, but the different value, it was valued different at different times, right? There was like a market time, like when the Chinese woke up versus when, right? Bro, I got so deep into that shit. I'm not gonna lie, I was farming gold. I was waiting for Asia to wake up so I could dump my gold. And then there was a site where you'd get actual cash for it. I was like, I gotta stop doing this, bro. Like, you're not making enough money to justify spending the amount of time. You're making money, so it feels like you're doing something, right? But bro, you need to see my character on there, Ghost. I had all the mounts. I had everything.
Dbloc, can you confirm so you received that?
Oh, sure. Give me a second. My bad. I completely forgot about it.
No worries.
Mm-mm. But as long as it said pending on your side, then we should be good. Give me a second. I'm pulling it up now. We're about to break out here again, but let's go back to Bitcoin. All right. Coming back to retest the top of that flag that we broke. So this is just to prove that this isn't a deviation out of this bear flag. If this holds and breaks these highs, we can delete the bear flag. It's invalidated at that point. What did I get myself into here? Oh. No wonder you were freaking out, Ghost. I didn't realize what the percentage was on that. That shit just goes to show you, bro. There's so many trades I get into where most people's idea of risk management is knowing how much they're like, how much percentage win is possible for them, right? And then the second step is how much am I risking for how much am I getting?